Hello, hello. I wanted this to be first. Let me move my position around here. Um, Meeting. See who shows up. And actually, wants to join. How do you guys like my red and black? These are just hair pieces. They're not, I didn't dye my hair or anything. This time it's just hair pieces. But the headbands here, I literally sewed the red hair pieces onto two separate headbands. Now, you may be saying, why two separate headbands? Wouldn't it be easier, make more sense to just put them all on one? Well, yeah, if you had any idea, which I did not, that when you took them out of the package, they were going to be sewn together except for two of them. So you get, for $20 from Claire's, just about any mall that you go to that has a Claire's should have them, at least ours does, and $20, you get two decently long pieces that are about this long, and they're all connected together. They've got the little combs and everything. But because my hair is the way it is, and it's so many layers and this and that, and I've cut on it so much because, let's face it, it's too expensive to go to, like, a beauty salon or somewhere to get it done. It's just the prices for everything's too high anymore. You coming up, Kalika? Come on if you're coming up. Nobody's on yet, but I'm just doing a live stream. Haven't done one in a while, and see if anybody shows up. I did subs only, so it's only, the only ones that can respond are people that are subs. Chris was just looking in here like, what are you doing? So I was letting him know. Hey, Carmela. Kalika, are you getting up on my lap or what? Make up my mind. Anyway, so they have different colors. Some of them are braided. Some of them not. Now, I can't promise you the braided ones are hooked together. I didn't really pay much attention to them. I focused on the colors because I was wearing red and black that day. So I thought, okay, let's get something that's, that red and black. I'll do the red and black this time because that matches the colors of my outfit. So Maria got them for me. So for two decently long pieces of several strands hooked together, like I said. Now, if you have the luxury of either having the money to have somebody to actually weave them into your hair, like these pieces, I guess a lot of people do, great. I couldn't be happier for you. I am not that person. I don't have that luxury. So I have to be creative. I have to be inventive how I do things. So I just came up with this idea. Because when I took them out of the package, I was like, oh my gosh, they're hooked together. Oh, cool. This will be fun. And at first, all I had was my hair clip. And I clipped it on the back of my head, which you can see these hanging down, the ends of them hanging down and stuff. And I only had one set on that time. Because I was curious, I wanted to see if it was single strips like these black ones. The black ones here, let me get a black one, that are blending in with the red, they're separate. Now, these I got for like $5 at Five Below. And I didn't want to be greedy and ask Maria to get me like every one that they had on the shelf. So I only got one pack, and you only get two of those. And they are single strips. They do have the combs in them and everything like the others. Excuse me. So when I took the first piece out of the package and realized, oh my gosh, they're hooked together, I was like, okay, now how can I turn that into a headpiece, a decent headpiece that, you can wear, well, many different ways, of course, but, the ombre look is still very popular, I guess, with at least a lot of people where you have two or more colors in your hair. So I thought, let's go ombre. I've still got all the mixed colors in my hair from where I have actually dyed it. And then I have, just like the fun of the hair pieces. Now I have a blue and purple set of hair pieces, very similar to the, now I can't get the red ones. to the red ones here, but they're bigger sections. They're about yay wide, so it's a bigger strip, but they're not hooked together. So what I did was I just thought, you know what? I'll crochet a headband and I'll just fasten them onto the headband in some way. So my first one, when I did that, I was like, yeah, this works. And I originally I was going to use double-sided tape, which is what this is. But I've never had double-sided tape before. I've never had an occasion to use it. So I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know that they do a protective strip. So you got to pull it out till you're past that protective strip, and then you have your double-sided. Like, see, this is the top, and it's, you can tell, it's just as sticky as the bottom. I got this because I'm going to need it when I finally get around to making my Barbie clothes, because I got myself a kit that was only $20 with one of my paychecks recently. So I did it while I had the money. I think it was my last paycheck, as a matter of fact. I made sure I had rent put back and all other obligations were met that money required before I did this. But I got me a kit, and it shows you literally step by step how to do Barbie clothes. Now, you may be thinking this is a pretty odd way to, you know, consider it to be a first, you know, Coven Moondance meeting. Well, I guess, but not to me, because I'm a very crafty, creative, hobby craft type of person, type of witch. So I try to make my live streams fun and original and creative, you know, so in my own way. Part of that way is having like a little bit of fun time before we get down to the Coven Moondance business. So and it helps me, you know, to get in the right mindset too. Because especially if you've had a hectic day, you know, you want to be in a happy place in your mind if you're going to be doing especially something like a live stream. Okay. These are the forms, the maiden forms. They got a little stand. You got to put them together. They're real easy. They're snap togethers. You get 2 black ones. You get 2 white ones. And you get this unique white one, which this is the one that I'm going to be doing the skirts and tops with, because the way it looks to me, that's what this one is for. Okay. So those are the maiden forms. Those are the, you know, the things that you put the material around to start making your shapes and, you know, stuff like that. Now, I'm not going to get these out. I'll just show them in the packages because there's way too much to get out. Look at all this material you get with this kit. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot in there. There really is. You've got some sheer stuff. You've got some solid color stuff. You even have some satin material strips in there. And I also have an additional one, being the hippie chick that I am. I could probably make something out of this because it's a big enough piece that I could probably make a couple of Barbie outfits out of that real easily, as well as this other one that I have in here, which is this color. So it's little paw prints like that, and it's decent size too, see? It's not as big as the other one, but you could get a couple outfits out of there if you're clever and careful. And just for fun, I'll show you guys. I got my little Barbie fridge. It's wooden. And yes, the freezer door does open. And it actually has Barbie food in it, because it came with some Barbie food, and there's like some frozen desserts, ice cream, and stuff like that. So that was fun when that came. And I haven't started any of my Barbie clothes yet, but hopefully I will finally get around to doing it here soon. Whoa, now I'm dropping my mouse all over the place. Okay. This is the box that comes with this kit. This is the paperwork. And here are the templates that you have to cut out. I don't know how well you can see them, but there's two of them there. So you cut them out. That's how you cut your material before you put it over the maiden form and start assembling it. I got 3 different sets of fairy wings here. So that'll be fun. And then they have 4 holes in them, so you'll be able to put little like elastic straps through them and then be able to put them over the Barbie's shoulders. So I'll be able to wear that with countless outfits once I start making them. This is one of the little bits and bobs pieces that come with it, accessories. Like there's a pair of cloth wings in here, which is right here. You got scissors, you got fabric marker, you've got yarn or thread, you've got needles, you've got little they're little jeweled, see them? Bejeweled, like they stick on. You just literally press them onto the clothing and it gussies them up. This is some other pieces. Bunch of like ribbons and bows and jewels and shapes and stuff that you can put on your stuff. These are trims. These are like, there's like lace in here of a couple of different types and some like frilly frumpy stuff. Here's also, you get like these little cloth bit balls. You got these cloth daisy chain looking things. You got Velcro. You got the strawberry is a pin cushion. And the little pink thing down here is a tape measure. And you actually get, and I think it's cute as hell, this little yellow flower is a nail threader. These pieces, the ones that look like they got teeth, those you fit on the back of the maiden forms. And that is to cram the material in there in a certain way to cause like a bust line and stuff like you would see in normal clothes. And the other pieces in there with them are, they call them, what do they call them? It's in the paperwork here. I forget what exactly they call them, but here is 2 of the like ball gown style dresses you can do. So it shows you down here how to put the little teeth things on the back, how to wrap the material around the maiden form. Okay, this is the skinny dress template. So that I'll probably use for the top and shorts or top and skirts. This one's called off-shoulder dress template. So you got 2 pieces there. So you can do a off-shoulder dress, slim fit dress template. So this is like, this would be the top part, I'm guessing, and the other would be the bottom part. And this is stuff I'm going to be showing off on my live streams later anyway. When I finally decide to do like some hobby craft related stuff. Here's one called breast wrap dress template. And it's like a big like triangle. See the top of it and how it's shaped. Okay. And here is universal dress template, which it's a big circle. And then down here, as you can see, it has a small square piece right there. See it? That's probably like the top part of it. And then on the other side of this paper, it shows you how to do a pink princess gown. And that is where, if you choose, you can cut the flowers that are joined together. You can cut them and you can put them on there individually. or you can leave it on there and just wrap it around a dress or something, you know, depending on what look you're trying to go for. So I'm anxious to get started. It suggests doing a sketch of the outfit you're trying to make, which I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. It says draw stick figures and plan your style. Design, choose color schemes and fabrics, create. Sew the dress of your dreams. So this is something that I definitely would never have dreamed of having as a kid, because the Barbies that I got was either because of it was a special occasion where my mom would get me one, or I'd get some for Christmas or something like that, or I would buy them myself. Now this is something totally different. It says, be my firework on this side, love is love on this side, the magic is in you on this side, and on the top it says, be a dreamer, be the magic. Okay. Oh, that smells so good. And inside, we've got some products from Lush, which is another place store that we have recently started going to that we really like. And this is it's like a sample, and it's a really nice, I think this one's called Goddess or something like that. It's a nice little soap sample that you can try to see if you like it. You know, make sure that it's going to, you know, be something that your skin can handle and stuff like that, because you always do the skin test. You know, when in doubt, always do the skin test to make sure you're not going to have an allergic reaction. You know, this one, I won't open up until I'm getting ready to use it, but this one's called Karma, and that's a bar of soap. And it smelled really good. And the ladies there at the store were nice enough to give us a sample of the lotion that matches the Karma. So this is Karma lotion that I have to go with my Karma soap. Then you have Matcha. This one is for, it's a facial. It helps to cut down, like if you have oily skin, it helps cut down on the oil in the skin, gets the shine out of your face, because a lot of us girls don't like that shine because it's just inappropriate, you know, sometimes. Especially if you're going out with the girls, or you're going out, you know, on a date or something. You know, some women, we don't like that shine. That's why we'll go in and powder our noses. This is a foot balm, and it's called Repeat, and it's orange, and it smells like citrus. It's like this thing, like they took oranges and turned it into a balm, turned it into a salve type that you can put on your feet, and it helps for hydration, and it helps to get the moisture put back into your body that we sap out of it, like just day to day, you know. And I have really bad dry skin issues on my feet. So I thought, you know, let's try something that, you know, like that for my feet that can help with the dryness and the callousing, so that when I get out of the shower, I'm not out here taking a dull knife and scraping all the dead skin off. So I figure, why not? You know, let's try some things. I've got some iPad things that are made out. They're also made in a gelatin type form. I call it gelatized, even though my daughter will argue that that's not a real word. Well, it is in my book. But it's like Jello. You put them on over your eyes. There's different ones that do different things. Because they had very little displayed the day that I bought mine, which again, of course, like I said, was during a payday for me. So my last payday, I believe. So I got 2 of the gel pads, but they only had a couple out. By the time we went back and actually bought some stuff, they only had cucumber scented stuff out. So I grabbed 2 packs of them. But supposedly you're only supposed to use them twice. They say for sanitary reasons. Now, one of the girls in the shop there said that she cuts hers in half, and then she just does underneath her eyes. So she'll do like one side, flip it over, do the other side, then throw those away, and then do the same with the other two halves. Well, that's her way. I don't like doing things. That's not my way. I don't like doing things that way. I like putting the whole thing on my eye, so I'm getting the whole eye area. And I asked for something that would help get rid of the dark circles under my eyes. And when we go back next time, we go back next payday or whatever, I'll ask them again. Do you have any products that I can use for under eye to get rid of the dark circles? And because I hate those dark circles, because it looks like I'm not sleeping, or I'm half dead or something. And neither is true. Like, I sleep plenty. Sometimes, like, I can sleep as long as 12 hours, believe it or not. Let me turn a light on so it's not so dark now that the sun's finally going down. There we go. That's a lot better. So, just different little creative hobby craft projects like that I've got, that even though I haven't started them yet. The doll making kit, the tin that you saw, I got from Lush. So I thought, you know what? That's what I'll keep my Lush products in. Makes sense, right? That way they're all together in one spot, minus the ones you have to refrigerate. Because the iPads, I got a metal tin to put them in, and that you're supposed to keep them in the fridge, because otherwise they could dry out, and then they're no good to you, and you're paying $15 for a 2-pack of them. So for someone like E that is on a budget, you got to find ways to make stuff last. You got to find ways to make stuff stretch, and very rarely will I spend like $30 on, 2 packs of iPads. So I'm going to get more than 4 uses out of them, because what I did with my, now I'm not recommending this for anybody else. This is just the way I'm doing it. Some people have the money to go out and spend. I don't. So this is like a once a month deal, that I can afford. And so I try not to get too much at once, because I want to give myself a chance to use up what I have. And it's cutting down on me bringing more stuff in here, because this apartment is just not getting any bigger. So, but anyway, so if I'm going to pay $15 for a 2-pack, I'm getting more than 2 uses out of them. So what I did is, once I used both sides of the first pack, and my hands were nice and clean, and my face was nice and clean before I used them, I rinsed them off under not spring water, but filtered water, because we have a filter on our faucet. I just rinsed them off a couple seconds, put them back in their package, put them back in the tin, put them back in the fridge. Because, that's pretty expensive, for 2 little iPads, especially depending on how much they're actually doing for my eyes. Like, if they're not going to get rid of the dark circles or whatever, then what other uses do they do? Like, I know people do the cucumbers on the eyes a lot of times, and that's fine, because that works too. So let's see, anything else before on to Coven business? So this is just kind of like an update of sorts of, some different things that have been going on in my life. And hi, Carmela, why are you sitting there staring at me? My cat's sitting in front of me, staring up at me. Am I blocking you from something? Because if you're wanting your bug, baby, I'm not playing with your bug right now. They like I got the little laser pointer thing. And that's what she'll do. She'll sit and stare at me in front of me, and that's her way. And then sometimes she'll take her paw and she'll put it up on the couch and kind of paw at the couch a little bit. That's her way of saying, I want to play, Mommy. I want to play. And she usually is wanting to play with her bug, because that's what I call the little laser pointer, because it's red. And, it's this little dot they chase around, but they can never catch it. But it's still, the chase is fun for them. So, thank you, Vicki, for all the stuff you've been sending me, hon. Sorry I haven't responded much. You know, it's always a witchy, crazy day over here pretty much every day, even when it seems like I'm sitting here doing nothing or whatever. There's stuff going on because a lot of it is other realm stuff. A lot of it is other plane stuff. So it's like part of me is here, but part of me is elsewhere too. And it's this whole other level of awareness, I guess is a good way to put it. And it can be exhausting sometimes. So when I feel like I'm getting too burnt out on it, then I'll just like cut myself off from that for the day and just, come back, recoup, and, say, okay, what have I missed? What's been going on with everybody? I'm sorry again that I still haven't been able to, do anything of a real consistency right now, but that's just proving the most challenging for me still, because we're in such a tiny, cramped apartment, and I want our house. We want out of here, and that nothing like that has happened yet. None of that's happened yet. So that just adds to the frustration, because you want to get out of a place, and you just feel kind of stuck, like you can't. So I really do try to limit how much stuff I'm bringing in, because I don't want to just add to the clutter that I'm already struggling with looking at every day, because of every day that passes that I don't do anything about it. To condense it, to get rid of stuff, to throw stuff away, to condense stuff down to fewer containers so that you can throw a lot of containers away. But two of my latest, Maria got me this one. Yes, she's got purple hair. She was $5 at the Five Below, and I was going to get it, but then I decided I've spent so much already. I'm getting close to my budget, limit, so I put her back. And Normia, she got her for me, so I really appreciated that. She's a mermaid. She comes with a mermaid tail and top, and then she comes with the dress that you've seen her in, and she comes with a seahorse and a couple of other little accessories. But the necklace that come with her, it don't stay on her neck, so they didn't do a good job with it. This is another of my latest. She was only $5 and something, and that was a little bit of pocket change that I had, so I went ahead and got her, and I decided to name her trying to remember her name now. What did I decide to name her? Because I've never had a brunette before. She's a brunette and has brown eyes. I've already forgotten the name I gave her. Huh. Oh well, maybe it'll come back to me. I did get me a locker. I think I've showed it on here already, though. It was, I'm using it for Barbie stuff. I'm not using it for what it's supposed to be used for. It's actually a jewelry box. So, like, it's got little areas inside that you can hang jewelry. And it's got, like, little shelves that you can put some jewelry on. But I decided to turn it into a Barbie locker and tried hanging some of my outfits in it. But even the short dresses were too long. So I was like, okay, I guess that ain't working. So I'll just use it to hang accessories in, turn it into kind of an accessory Barbie, locker. That's going to bother me now. I forgot her name. Yeah, I suppose I could always call her Juliet, because she does kind of remind me of the character Juliet in the Grimm series, and I do like the Grimm series. So, yeah, I'll try Juliet, see if I can remember that one. Usually if I give my Barbie a name, a special name, like Susan or one of those. And my mermaid, oh boy. I would probably call her Amethystia or Lavender, because she has kind of the light purple, more lavender colored hair. Okay, that's as far as the Barbie front goes, because I haven't gotten... Oh, I did get my dollhouse, my put together. It's not a Barbie house. It's not a Barbie doll house. It's one of these. These are they're wooden, and you have to like break the pieces off of sheets of thin wood, and then you paint the pieces, and then you take plumber's cloth or sandpaper, which you get a small piece with a house when you buy one, but then it's up to you to come up with any other, and that small piece ain't going to last very long depending on how much of it you need, and so on. Got some of my pieces from the first sheet that I punched out done, but not all of them. I've got some acrylic paints. I got me glue gun, glue sticks. Maria she got me a little family to be able to put in the house, which I thought was really sweet. And she wants to go back to one of the hobby craft stores to get, Hobby Lobby, to get a Grinch tree before they're gone, because they have a little Grinch tree there that's the color of the Grinch. It's like a really, really light green. It's expensive, though. This thing's like $89 and something, but she wants one. She won't be able to set it up out in the front room, though. The cats will tear it up. So the only place she's even going to be able to set it up would be in the bedroom. And only during the, December, when it's Christmas, or Yule, as we Wiccans call it. But anyway, it looks like the whole tree is the bright green, but it's shaped like the hat that the Grinch wears when he does the whole Santa hat thing. But it's all green. It's not like a red Santa hat. The whole tree is green. So it bends over. It looks like a hat. It's literally shaped like a hat. They have 2 different sizes. They've got the big one, which is 100, and I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood, 149, 99 or some crazy stuff like that. But this one is the bigger of the 2. So I encouraged her and recommended that she get the small one because of limited space, and because it's going to be by far the easiest one to set up, because if she gets the big one, then the only way she'd be able to set that one up is she'd have to sit it in the middle of the temple floor or up against the wall or something, or she would have to clear off her puzzle table altar, which I call it that because it's a puzzle table, because she does a lot of the put together puzzles, like, regular puzzles, not diamond paintings. But when she does her diamond paintings, she calls them diamond puzzles. So, hey, that works for her. That's fine, because in a way, that's kind of what you're doing. The only difference is the stuff is numbered and labeled with symbols and letters and numbers, and just put them in the right spot, put the right colors in the right place, and you follow the canvas, which has the colors on it. Anybody that does diamond paintings knows what I'm talking about. But anyway, it was a puzzle table, so it's really low to the floor. So you would literally have to set, cross-legged, Indian style, which I can't do because within minutes my legs would be completely numb because they'd both go to sleep. And she would have to clear that table off, is what I'm getting at, to set the big one on, if she didn't want to actually physically set it on the floor. So I recommended and encouraged that she get the small one to see, because they have a small one and a big one set up. They have a display model of each size, so you can see, okay, this is the big one, this is the small one. The small one is more your tabletop size. So when she gets it, I think what she said she's going to get it with her next paycheck, which will be the 3rd of July, or sorry, the 3rd of August. This is July. I've lost a month again. But she'll get her check on the 2nd of August, because that's the 3rd falls on a Saturday, so she should get her check on the 2nd. And that means that my mom will get her check on the 2nd. So I'm going to have to go to the bank that day anyway to get mom her money. So all in a nutshell, this, like I said, this is the way I've always known things to be. This is the way every coven meeting I've ever gone to with every coven I've ever encountered. This is just kind of the, let's just kind of talk and, hang out a little bit, and we'll get to the coven business in a little bit, so I'm not in any rush or anything. I mean, it's only like 5 to 9 at night. So it's not like I'm going to bed in an hour or anything like that. So just bear with me. I don't know what this live stream may entail, but I do promise to get some coven business on the table and on the live stream to basically do kind of some of the ideas and stuff that I have always thought of that I would incorporate into my coven, if I ever had one again. Because I've been, even though more on a subconscious level than anything, I've been trying to think of, okay, what do I want my coven dynamic to be? And when I'm not sure of the proper terminology of a word, I'll literally look it up. I'll look it up on my phone and say, explain to me what the word dynamic means, so I'm putting it in the proper context. Okay. But to me, it's like some of what I will incorporate into the coven, like how things will be done, how I will do things and allow them to be done, or would like them to be done. Well, now that the sun's gone down, the glare's gone. But I don't know if the lighting's going to improve any if I move it over here or not. It's kind of one of those, it's hard to tell. I guess we'll have to move it and try, huh? Because this thing's not plugged in. So just see if this is any better. Is that a little better? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Well, I guess for one thing, I would definitely have to say, everybody be cool with everybody. Don't judge. Don't criticize. Don't start making unrealistic expectations of anybody in the coven. Like if there's specific things that you're looking for and this coven don't have it, well, then all I can tell you is blessed be. I hope you find what you're looking for, and if it's not here, I'm sorry. I make no promises. I make no guarantees. But I do try to be open as I can. I try to be as versatile as I can and as accommodating as I can. Because of limited space right now and therefore limited parking for the few of you that actually would have cars and that live close enough that would be able to drive, there's really no place to have a coven meeting other than possibly Norma's place. She may allow it, but because of all the sorry, I got phlegm in my throat real bad for some reason. Because of the other tenants in the building, I fear that it could cause a problem because some of us can get quite loud, in our joviality. or joviality or whatever, where we get jolly and, we get to laughing and talking and we get loud. We don't mean to, but we do. So as far as because I don't know any witches that have a big house that would open their doors and welcome a group of us, that would even be able to make it anyway. And then we would have to pick, okay, what is a day of the week that is going to be the most accommodating for everybody, that's going to work the best, for everybody. So I guess that's why I haven't really been able to do much, but I'm trying to, by telling some of the things that I have thought of, I'm trying to show that I am thinking about it, but I just don't know how soon I may be able to put it into play. So we may have to do things through the live streams for a while. Which you might say, how are we going to do that exactly? Well, I don't know. Because I would just have to, tell everybody, okay, since we're all separate, just imagine we're all in a room together. Everybody's joining hands and we're getting ready to cast circle. And then I would give everybody a few minutes to close their eyes, get themselves centered, and focused and everything. Get them in the right, get everybody in the right mindset and mind frame and emotionally, in the right place, mentally, spiritually, and all that. And then say after about, I think to start out unless we find that a longer period of time maybe ended up being necessary, 5 minutes. So 5 minutes, for 5 minutes, I'll be counting in my head. So I'll be counting silently in my head and imagine all of us holding hands in a circle in a big house, where, which would be some image magic too. And it would be this would help us maybe manifest our house to where we would have a decent amount of woods around us. It would be perfect in every way. It would be everything that we're all looking for. The cats would all be happy because they would have plenty of room to roam and run and find their own little special spots that they like to go to when they want to get away from the others, stuff like that. So after the 5 minutes, and I would be trying to guide us through, a meditation of sorts. Hang on, my phone's going off. Let's see what notifications I'm getting here. Okay, it doesn't seem like... Darn it. Okay. I was just checking to make sure it wasn't one of my friends finally responding to me that I sent a text to an hour ago and they never answered. So I sent another and then they never answered that one either. So I'm you know what? I'm just going to leave her alone because maybe she's just done for the night. She's probably going to be going to bed in another hour anyway, because she's going to be going back to work tomorrow. And that's my fellow witch sister, Christy, that lives right next door to us on the same floor and everything. And she's got a real bad sprain on her foot. So she took a couple days off to make sure that that's all it was. And there was the first day, especially, she was not sure. She was, possibly going to go to the emergency room. And that was also the Saturday that me and Normia went to the mall. And Christy couldn't go with us, and she felt really bad, and we did too, because it wasn't the same without her. And because it's our Saturday girls' day out thing that we do. So, you know, it was nice. It's nice when the three of us can actually get together and do it. It looks like I'm wearing black lipstick, doesn't it? I swear I'm not wearing any lipstick at all, but I think it's kind of cool that it still looks like I'm wearing black lipstick. I've got some around here somewhere, but I don't know where, and I don't feel like looking for it because I'm drinking and I'm just going to end up wiping a bunch of it off. I have some red too that I could do. Excuse me, but it's one of those that when you put it on, you got to be real super careful, because if you mess up, it dries and then it becomes tacky and sticky, and that's the only drawback. That's the only thing I don't like about those types of lip gloss, lipstick type things, because you have that tacky, and it's almost like I feel like I have glue on my lips. Ugh. So I don't indulge in it very often, but the red would probably even show up dark. So anyway, I checked my phone, in case it's something that's like an emergency or something. And let's see, tomorrow is coming out again. Yeah, my hairpiece thing don't like to stay. Come on. Have to keep readjusting one of them, the black ones. Need to get a hold of my mom and, get myself over there the next day or so, because I haven't called her in a while, and I'm sure that's in itself is already bothering her. So I need to make an effort to get over there and spend a day with her and make an effort, so anyway, back to the Coven stuff. Okay, so I would get us in a good mindset, and then I would say the opening prayers, which I always do before I cast Circle. The first one being, may the powers of the One, the source of all creation, all pervasive, omnipotent, eternal, may the goddess, the lady of the moon, and the god, horned hunter of the sun, may the powers of the spirits of the stones, rulers of the elemental realms, may the powers of the stars above and earth below bless this place and this time and us who are with you. Blessed be. And then I would say the next chant, which would be, may the powers of the One, the source of all creation, all pervasive, omnipotent, eternal, may the goddess, the lady of the moon, and the god, horned hunter of the sun, may the powers of the spirits of the stones, rulers of the elemental realms, may the powers of the stars above and earth below bless this place and this time and us who are with you. Blessed be. And then I would do the third chant, which is, around us I cast the circle of stones, not that love may enter within, not that love may emerge from within. Charge us by your powers, great ones. And then I would say, circle expand to encompass this entire apartment so we can move about freely within its boundaries without breaking them. And you guys shouldn't have to worry about casting a circle around yourselves, because when I cast the circle here, because we're supposed to be imagining that we're all in a room together, so I would imagine that we are, and that you guys are protected anyways. So you don't necessarily, unless you want to do your own protective circle, you can. That's fine. While I'm doing what I'm doing, because these are just like some guidelines, preliminaries about how, when we're doing ritual or get ready to do ritual, this is the preliminaries. This is just the stuff that I normally do before I do a ritual or spell or something like that. Then I would do the LBRP. I'm not going to do that one this time. But I would also do thrice the circles cast around, evil sink into the ground. Thrice the circles cast around, evil sink into the ground. Thrice the circles cast around, evil sink into the ground. That one I usually do before all the others, but it doesn't hurt nothing to change it up once in a while. And then the LBRP circle, I would also ask to circle expand to encompass this entire apartment so we can move about freely within its boundaries without breaking them, and ask it to join with the previous circle of protection. And then by doing the thrice the circles cast around evil sink into the ground, you're doing a tri-circle of protection each time, which depending on your situation, depending on where you live, what kind of neighborhood, because I mean, you guys know, any of you that truly know me, that have been my friend for years and years, we're in a very bad neighborhood here. So even though we're on the top floor, and that does give us a degree of protection from the bad stuff going on, it's not foolproof necessarily either. We get just as nervous when we hear what sounds to us like gunshots going off out our window, and we're like, what the F, So it's crazy. Let me go turn this other light on, make sure it's not going to whitewash me. If it does, then I'll just turn it back on. So we got plenty of light. And this is just one of my house dresses. I wear it a lot because it's comfortable and it's loose, and I don't feel like it's too tight or constricting. So then circles cast, and then we could do like whatever, if there was any magic spells of any particular type that anybody wanted to do, then this would be the time when we'd be like, okay, what magic do we want to cast tonight? What type of spells, if any? Which I can't think of any, because this is not, let's see. I know the next Wiccan holiday won't be until August 1st now, which will be Lunasaw. And I will definitely do a live stream on that day, irregardless of what's going on. I will do one on that day. And I hope you guys have been enjoying me reading out of the big book, the Solitary Witch book. The big burgundy one, because I've going through the series, is a series of, until I go through each at least once, I've been saying them out of the Solitary Witch book just because it's different. And I like that it gives you ideas or suggestions of things you can do today or things you can do to celebrate this holiday, and at some point in the future, when we get the house and we have room, and I've got my own little room that I can do my live streams in, and I can have cool witchy backdrops, and I'm already looking at backdrops. So no surprise there, right? And we've got the poles and stuff to hang them up, but right now it's a matter of space, because again, I would have to borrow the poles and everything to set up the tapestries and do it down in the temple room, because we don't have the room up here. We just don't. As you can see behind me, for instance, because that would be the ideal place to put them, and there's no way to put them like directly behind me. I wouldn't be able to move. So it'll be fun to be able to finally have some cool backdrops and stuff like that. And I've found quite a few that are like witchy and stuff, and like ones that I can put up for Halloween. I'm sure it won't be too difficult to find some that have to do with Christmas and, stuff like that I can do for Yule, which is, our witches' Christmas is December 21st. That's what I celebrate it. But I also, as you know, celebrate the 24th and 25th with the rest of my family, because that's the version they celebrate. So just because I'm a witch doesn't mean I'm going to stop celebrating that version, But yeah, to gain admittance into this coven, and you're serious and this feels right in here, because remember, don't do it if it only feels right here. Not that that's a bad thing. but it's better if it really, I don't want you to do it because, oh, this sounds cool, do it for the right reasons. Do it for the spirituality of it, not just because you get to cast spells and stuff like that. Well, you can do that. Believe it or not, contrary to popular belief, and I'm not saying all of us believe this way, some of us do, some of us don't. You don't have to be a witch to cast magic. If you are a witch, though, it does enhance the magic. But you don't have to be a witch to cast a spell. You just got to believe in it. You don't have to be a witch to do a ritual. It's a spiritual thing. It's a sacred time that maybe you want to honor your ancestors. Maybe you want to honor some things that you've learned recently in your life, some goals that you've reached. You want to celebrate that. That is a ritual. Okay? Don't do it just because everybody else is doing it. Oh, it's such an in thing. Well, yes and no. But you can't view it that way. Don't come at it that way. That, oh, this is cool. Let's be a witch. No, that's the wrong reason to do it. Okay, it's not a fad. It's not a trend. It's not, it's a personal choice. And if it don't feel right in your mind, in your spirit, in your heart, then don't do it. I mean, like I said, you can still, if it comes down to it and you're just wanting to cast spells and, stuff, that's fine. I gotta find my, because I know it's about to die. When it gets down to about half is when I try to plug in my computer here so it don't die altogether. I believe it's this one. And the hole's kind of tricky to find. There you are. Okay. This other one, I think, goes to, if I'm not mistaken, this actually goes to the back of my one Arctic Air that no longer works. Because there's one of the buttons, I don't know how it happened, I don't know why it happened, but it got stuck, and I've tried and tried. I've tried prying it with a knife and everything. I can't get it unstuck, and because of that, it's broke now. Unless I can get that button unstuck, this thing's never going to work again. So that's a future item that I'm going to have to replace, because we are still in the months of summer. So in the season of summer, where there's going to be some hot days, where I need that little bit of extra. And that means having my Arctic Air on so that nice cold air is blowing on me. But everybody has to get along. I don't want people judging others. I don't, I'm just saying, if you're going to be a witch and you really do want to study and you want someone to teach you, that is something that I may try my hand at in the future on my lives, but I have to have students, and I would definitely have to commit then for sure. So I only say that in the context of, we would definitely have to be in our house, not this place, where I can set up a schedule on how often, how many times, how many days of the week, what hours, to try and accommodate different people that live in different time zones, different people that have different schedules they have to live by, some of them that work, some of them that don't. So I will try to be as accommodating for as many as I can. But right now, I can't I can't take on any students because I can't commit. I can only suggest and encourage you to go out and learn just like I did. You got to start somewhere, right? Go out, start getting the books. If you don't really have the money to buy any, get them from the library. Go to a local library that's near you and see what books on the occult they have available. Now, I'm not saying if all they have available is dark magic stuff, get that, start reading that, start doing that. No, don't. When you're first starting out, always learn the white stuff first, the white magic, the safer stuff, until you truly start developing your own sense of, oh, this is how it is. Okay, I get it. I can feel the energy. Okay. You start getting used to it. It becomes like an everyday practice. It becomes a normal, daily functioning, thing, right? So, it's second nature. Like, I don't know if I've said this recently on here, but even if I haven't, and, even if I have or haven't, don't hurt to say it more than once. The best way to start out your day and have the best day possible every single day is before you open your eyes and get out of bed. Like when you wake up and you know that, okay, I'm going to get up, I'm going to get this day going. Before you open your eyes, before your feet hit the floor, say this, and say it wholeheartedly and mean it wholeheartedly. Something wonderful is going to happen today. I usually say it 3 times. That doesn't mean you have to. If saying it once is enough, great, do it, and just see the amazement of the blessings that unfold throughout that day. Because since I've been doing this myself, I can attest to the fact that it works. It really does work. It makes the difference. Like this past Saturday, 13th of July, 2024, me and Norma, my friend Norma, you guys have seen her on here. Skinny, she talks a certain way and stuff because she had a stroke and all that. Most of the time, I call her Maria or Norma, but my brother came up with the beautiful combination of the 2 names, Norma and Maria, Normia. And I'm trying to get used to calling her that because I think it's really pretty. It's a way to honor the decent relationship that I once had with my brother and would like to still be having, but chose to not stumble down that path anymore because it always ends the same way, badly. So no more of that. So it's a nice way to remember a happier time. Let me put it that way. But you say that, and I say it 3 times, like throughout the day. In my head. You can even say it in your head. You don't have to speak it out loud. Just think it in your head and really, truly, 100% believe it. Feel it. Something wonderful is going to happen today. Something wonderful is going to happen today. Something wonderful is going to happen today. I do it 3 times each time and just watch the day unfold. Okay, so when we was at the mall, I had on one of my really cool witchy outfits. I had on my black gothic pants, had on one of my most comfortable pairs of tennis shoes, which were I call them my black Z's. These guys. See, the letter Z, but it's actually an N. But anyway, I call them my black Z's because they're black, and I just like calling them my black Z's. But anyway, had those on, my black gothic pants. I had on a summer top that had thin straps, and you could wear down on your shoulders. That had, you could wear the elastic part up over the straps, but it just seems to fall naturally down around my shoulders. I had my black and gold shawl over top of that. So all you could really truly tell was that I had a black top of some type on, right? Didn't have any makeup on. Didn't even have my hair on yet because she hadn't bought me the red hair pieces yet. Had my hair up with my hair clip, like you guys have seen me countless times on here because it's so hot. Because when you're at the mall, there's a lot of people in there and the ceilings are made of glass and you you feel like you're in a greenhouse. Okay. It can get hot in there really quick. And then you got body heat from everybody. You got people talking, you got food cooking. There's a lot of heat. So you can get overheated very easily. I mean, sometimes when we're in the food court, I literally have to wear my sunglasses in the food court because it's so bright. It's like, whoa, you know, so it's pretty funny, but you know, it works for me. It's all I can tell you. So I could not, the wonderful thing that happened to me that day was I could not believe how many compliments I got on my outfit. How many people came to me and said, I love your outfit. I love your whole vibe, you know, and it just, I was on cloud 9 all day. I was like, wow, thank you. You know, that really means a lot. And I was just being me. You know, I was just being myself. I wasn't trying to be fancy, really. I love my black and gold shawl. I wear a lot of stuff. It dresses up an outfit. You can wear like a plain black t-shirt and put that thing on. You got an instant, oh, wow, that's gorgeous. Some people, when they see me wearing it, they think that it's part of the top. And then they're like, oh, no, it's a shawl. And then, you know, so yeah, it's a lot of fun. But anyway, to wrap up on the magic stuff, at least this time. So if there was no magic or no spells that took place, then we would do what they call something called the simple feast, and then circle is released. Now, the simple feast merely consists of some type of like cracker, cookie, even a slice of bread if you don't have, or a bagel if you don't have anything else, or you could even do a cupcake if you had them, or a Twinkie, for goodness sake. You put a couple plates of something to eat, a couple pieces on a plate is what I meant. Saucer size is all you need. You don't need to literally like overload a dinner plate and go that crazy. Just, let's say, for lack of a better, just for the heck of it, let's say a couple Twinkies is all you've got. Just got them. Let's do the Twinkies. So you take them out of the package, you put them on the plate, you hold the plate up, and you say to the god and goddess, bless these cakes and infuse them with your love in your names, Mother Goddess and Father God. I bless these cakes. And then you do the same with something to drink. It can be juice, it can be water, it can be milk, it can be tea, it can be alcohol, it can be coffee, some kind of liquid, okay? Your choice completely. That, you know, you put it in your chalice, okay, that you only use for ritual. Put it in your chalice and you hold the chalice up and say, in your names, Mother Goddess and Father God, you know, I bless this wine or I bless this drink. Infuse it with your love in your names, Mother Goddess and Father God, I bless this drink. And then you eat your little cakes, you drink your drink, and you do the closing of the circle, which goes, the one I use is, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for helping. Go if you must, stay if you will, but no ever thus. You are welcome here. Go in love, light, power, and my thanks. May the circle be open yet unbroken. May the love of the goddess ever be in our hearts. Merry meet, merry part, till we merry meet again. Blessed be. And then I imagine the circle going back into me, or going back into my wand, or my athame, or my ritual sword, or one of those, you know. But because of the fact that there's lots of times when I have to have extra energy, I usually absorb the circle back into me, because I can use the energy. That way I'm recycling the energy, I'm reabsorbing the power, and also any power that came through. I often ask the angels and my spirit family, you know, to please regularly check on the magic circle that's always cast on the outside of this building. So that it keeps everybody living in this building safe at all times. So there's always a circle cast, no matter what. And that's my gift to the people that live here in my building. Even the ones that I don't really talk too much or socialize with, I still want them protected, because they're still people. They're innocent. They're cool people. You know, I mean, just because they're not socialites like me doesn't mean that I'm going to X them out of something like this. So I will add to the circle. Always add to the circle when you guys can. If some extra energy is out there and you guys have zapped it and you've turned it into something good, say like some bad energy from a drug deal going down back here and going wrong or something, and somebody died. Well, that's going to be a negative energy. If a local witch knows how to capture that spirit correctly, like with a witch ball, which I do have one, it's hanging right there. The spirit gets trapped in it, and it gets transformed in the energy gets transformed into something good. And that is the only way that it can get out of that witch ball once it is captured by it. That's the way they're designed. Or you can have a capture stone, which can be a crystal, or some other type of stone that, even that you got out of a riverbed, that the god and goddess guided you to, or the fairies guided you to in some way. You could use that to store it in there and then put it in salt, put it in a sealed container, do prayers over it, do whatever feels right to you. Ask Archangel Michael to bless it and to turn this energy into something good. So that's pretty much, that would be a preliminary to a coven meeting. Now, obviously, when you have a small group that are doing this regularly, and we have like our coven dynamic of, okay, we've discussed this, we've done this, what haven't we done? Is there anything new that people would like to bring up or talk about? Is there a certain type of thing you guys would like to do? A certain type of ritual, a certain type of ceremony? Would you like us to light some candles for some people that recently departed that maybe you guys know? You don't even have to say who it is. Just say, this is for so-and-so's friend that recently passed. You don't even have to give their name if you don't want. As long as you have the name and you speak it in your head, in your heart, the candle will know, okay, we're lighting this candle for this person, or, whatever. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I had to change how I was sitting because I was hurting my ankle. My feet, I already have issues. I don't need to make them worse. So that, at least for now, in the beginning, especially until your group forms and you get a better idea of, how to best balance out the energy and the power between everybody each time, and how different it's going to be, because we're going to be doing it individually. So only in our minds are we going to be able to be in this house together for now, until we can actually manifest this house for us, so we can actually start making plans to physically bring you guys to it, if you so wish. And you have the money and the means to travel, and you have the time, and your friends, your family, you're considered family because you're my coven. Now, as far as I know, I haven't heard otherwise. Me and Chris are still members of Full Light Coven, but they almost never get together for any reason. None of them really stay in touch with each other. I've only been to like one function one time, and that was so many years ago. And I just remember it was back in the summer, and I remember it was at somebody's house, and it had to do with the wedding. And Chris and Amy were the high priestess and high priest for the ceremony. And it was hurtful and upsetting to me that I wasn't allowed to be the high priestess for it. But I just went with it because they knew these people longer than me. And, I know that they weren't doing it to hurt me, but it still kind of bothered me because of Amy and Chris' past history. The fact that they were together before Chris and I met and before we got together. So, and because of a bad incident that happened years ago that I don't like talking about. So I was not happy, but I had really no voice, I don't feel. And there was no reason to, strike up a bunch of negative energy. So I let it go. I wanted to be positive and didn't want to disrupt the flow of the power or anything like that. So, but Full Light Coven to me just doesn't really exist anymore. It's nobody gets together to do ceremonies or rituals or coven meetings or anything like that. If those people even still live at the house where the ceremony was. I don't know. And Kelly Zinkin, my friend. Zekin. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I still very much consider you my friend. Miss you dearly. I hope you are still my friend. I hope you are still a sub on my channel here. Because right now it's looking like it's the only channel I have, and I'm going to be able to have until my 2-in-1 decides to stop working altogether. Because like when I try to play my Abacan game, the audio will not work. The only way I can have sound is when I use my phone. But anyway, to conclude and make sure you guys understood that Coven business is over. Once the Simple Feast and the Circle's released, then it just goes back to just, talking, hanging out, having our witchy sociality, and then disperse when, people are like, okay, I'm out of here. I need to go. I got to get up in the morning. I got to go to work. I got to, help get the kids up. I get it. And that's fine. I understand. I don't know who will see this first or how many of my subs will see it. And but anyway, Kelly, I'll get back to that in a moment. I'm scattering myself different directions because I'm trying to play catch up on so many things. Because I'm not able to do these very often right now. So forgive my randomness and chaos today. This evening now, because it's like 25 to 10. So, but anyway, doesn't mean I'm stopping the live stream or anything. Just, I'm trying to keep things more organized. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just jumping from one thing to another and then completely losing everybody, including myself. And go, wait a minute, how did I get on this topic? I started talking about this, and now I'm talking about this. Whoops. Okay. So, I do miss you. I would like to start seeing you again more often. Come to your house once in a while, even if it's just the two of us doing witchy stuff. Or if there's a group of us that can get together, great. But I feel like Winding Road made their decision that I wasn't good enough to be part of their tribe. So that's okay. I tried. I don't like feeling like they don't really want me there when I'm there, like I'm an outcast or I don't really belong. But I have Coven Moondance, and you are absolutely welcome to join it if you like, because there's no hard, fast rule that I know of saying that you can't be a member of more than one coven. I guess to me, that depends on the individuality of the witch and their beliefs. If their coven goes by, well, if you're going to be in another coven, then you can't be in this one anymore. Then don't get yourself kicked out of the coven that you've been with for years and years, and you know everybody and you're part of their clique. I didn't make the cut. And that's the way I feel. And it's very hurtful because I really did enjoy going to the ceremonies and the rituals. But when I was there, I just felt like they really didn't want me there. And I felt like I was being judged, discriminated against, and criticized. So I'm just, I'm on my own, and as I don't know how many other witches, if there are other witches out there that do a coven this way, but I'm trying some things. And right now, I'm not saying this is a permanent thing, but it's all I have because I still can't really make the commitments that I would expect myself to make with doing online covening, because we don't have our house and this place is too cramped. And the energy here is so oppressive. A lot of times it's like the only way that I can protect myself from it is to keep myself in a constant little bubble and shield myself from it, because otherwise it would be overwhelming. And there are days when I get up and I'm in like the worst mood and I don't know why. Like, why am I feeling this way? What's going on? I got plenty of sleep. There's nothing bad happening. Why am I feeling this? Because it's like extreme anger or something. I'm like, what is going on? You know, where's this coming from? And why? So I can make it stop and go away, or channel it in some other positive way or something, you know. But the oppression, I think it's just the energy of this place and the clutter. It's like you feel like the walls are closing in on you. And I'm not claustrophobic, but that's what it feels like. It feels like you're living in a closet. Wouldn't that be something? Living in a closet, like that's what it feels like. And to put a little bit of a humorous spin on it, so I don't go into a negative thought thing or whatever. But and I hate it. You know, I do, and I hate that every day that I get up, that I don't do anything with it. I don't do anything. And I hate when I don't do anything. But it's so hard, so damn hard to get myself motivated to just get up and just start tearing into the place, because usually that's the only way I can do it. I'm still having reservations about Joe, our landlord, because he is still insisting on hiring riffraff around here. Really, really bad guys, you know, bad people that he can pay cheaply to do very laborious work, and get paid peanuts. And that, to me, that's just not right. And they're thieves, because one of them that I saw around here, my back's hurting me back here, was a guy that stole 2 bikes from me and Chris years ago, and he owes over $500, because between the two, to me, I think $500 is about right. It may not be the value of how much they would both be together, but to me, we should at least get $500 for those, to replace the fact that somebody he trusted to do work for him in this building, and we trusted that our bikes were safe, and that fat son of a bitch stole them in the middle of the night, loaded them onto his fucking truck, and not one person in the building heard it, saw it, and called the cops, or came and got us or something, so we could have stopped it. So in my opinion, Joe owes us at least a month's worth of rent, because it was somebody he hired and therefore found a way to sneak into the building when nobody else was here and everybody was asleep for the night, and stole our fucking bikes in the middle of the night. And that pisses me the fuck off. And my remaining bike down in the storeroom where we do our laundry, because that's the only room that has washer and dryer in it now, and you got to pay to do your laundry now. It's $1.75 for a load to wash and $1.25, I think, to dry, or some shit like that. I mean, it seems like, well, shit, that's nothing, but that depends on how often you do laundry. And when, you know, if you always have the quarters handy, because we don't always have the quarters. Maria tries to get paid in quarters if she can from Joe, which is a good idea, because that way she's always got quarters to do her laundry when she needs it. Me, I take our laundry over to Mom's, because 9 times out of 10, we don't have the money to do laundry. And I'm not going to take Normia's quarters, even though she may have them in abundance and she would gladly give them. I don't like doing that to her, because she needs to do her laundry too. And I look at it this way. My mom owes me. She owes me $20 for every month that I go over and get her money for her. And the thought never crosses her mind. Not for an instant. And that's $20 a month. Once a month. And she can't even do that. And we could use it for gas when we need gas. If we want to put away a rainy day fund or something, we could do that. Or if the cats were low on cat food or something, we would have a little bit to be able to get them some food or whatever they needed. So I feel like she owes me. So I don't pay her to do my laundry anymore. For a while there, I was giving her $10 every time I did laundry. And depending on how much I did, I would even give her 20. But it's like, no, I'm not doing that anymore, Mom, because if anything, you owe me. Because you're not paying me for going over there and getting your money for you every month. I never ask, but you should do it on principle. Because I don't have to do it, you know. I could be a bitch and say, no, fuck you. Have Jim do it from now on. See if I care, because you sure as hell don't want to pay me for doing it. It takes my time. It takes my gas in our car. And it takes me having to stand in a long ass fucking line sometimes, which kills my fucking back. And having to tell countless people when they get new employees in there the same story because they don't know me. And I have to keep repeating myself to tell them why I'm there. Do you think that's fun for me? Because I'll tell you, it's not. It's quite an annoyance. But I do it because, one, you're my mom. You can't get out and get it yourself. You don't drive. Jim's a piece of poo-poo and don't help you as much as he should. And I'm pretty upset with him over that, because then the responsibility falls on me. And you expect it of me because nobody else will do it. And you know nobody else will do it. So I'm getting that money back somehow. And if that means not paying her when I do laundry anymore, that's why. And if she ever brings it up and says, well, you used to give me $10 every time you did laundry. And it's like, yeah. And you want to know why I stopped? Because you don't pay me for going and getting your money for you every month, Mom. And I feel like I at least deserve $20 each time I do that, because it's taken what it takes out of me to bring you your money. Okay. And I don't feel appreciated, even though you say thank you and this and that. That's not good enough. Okay. Show your appreciation. You're sitting on thousands of dollars. You know that we're struggling. You know that we're we can't make ends meet. I love you dearly, but you got to help me now. And I'm only asking $20 once a month. And you can't even give me that. The thought never enters your mind that if you truly want me to feel appreciated for going over and doing that for you, you will start giving me $20 a month, starting with this check, and say, here you go. Thank you, daughter. I really do. You're right. You should get paid for this. And it's only once a month. It's only $20. And it helps it helps us keep going. And it helps us to have that little bit of pocket change when we need it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So, I don't know what the process is, and like how complicated or how much of a pain in the ass it might turn out to be. Because if it's too complicated and a pain in the ass, I don't know that I want to do it that way anyway. But I'm thinking seriously about putting a month's worth of rent, instead of giving it to Joe, either put it in escrow so he can't kick us out for non-payment of rent, and tell him you're not getting that money until you give me $500 cash for the bikes that your employee stole years ago, because you hired him. You knew what he was like. You know he's a crackhead, and you keep hiring him anyway. And he stole our stuff that cost us money. And I would like that $500 back, because you owe me. You owe us. And, I would give some of it to Chris, because one of the bikes was his. I would try to divide it down the middle as best as we could. I'd give him half, and I'd keep the other half. And then I would have the rent money released from escrow, and go, here you go. Thank you. You finally acknowledged where you are in the wrong. We have been good, loyal, faithful tenants. We pay rent on time every month, except on this last time, because the weather's been so crazy and so many other things kept going on and happening around us. Chaos, and more damn chaos. We were like drowning and barely could keep our heads above water. Yeah, we ended up getting it in late this time, but every other time in the 16 whatever damn near plus years that we've been here now, we always pay the rent on time. And we never bitch and gripe and complain much. I try not to, because the man is in his 70s, 80s, whatever, and but he needs to stop hiring these cheap ass workers around here and letting them into the building, because he's endangering everybody that lives here. And I don't want any more of our stuff stolen, and nothing better ever happened to my bike down there, because even if somebody stole it and pawned it, I would be pissed. Because just because it's sitting down there because I'm not riding it doesn't mean that it's suddenly okay to take my bike and do something like that or steal it or whatever. I wouldn't do it to anybody else. Sure as hell ain't doing it to me, because then I will let the bitch out of the box. You don't touch my shit. You leave it the fuck alone, period. So, the stress, I know a lot, that's where a lot of the stress comes from, because of the area that we live. And it's still not, to me, it's not safe. It's not as safe as it could be, should be, and would be if we could just get the fuck out of here. And every day that goes by that we're still here is, in my opinion, another day in hell, because I have to overcome the fear of going out during the day and doing things and having girls' day out on Saturday. We try to do it on weekends because most of the time that's when Christy is off. Because Normia, she's retired. She's 65 now, so she's retired. She's, got more time available to do things, and weekends used to not be available because she would work on the weekends. So we try to make the most of it, and we try to do it consistently, because it's our break, from everything. It's our fun time. It's our time to go out and get, funky hippie chick, hair pieces and stuff, cool things that I wasn't able to have as a kid, unless I found like headbands, or like I did headbands with feathers and stuff, roach clips with feathers. I've got my purple and white roach clip feathers here. My mom gave me, and just stuff like that, just being me, being my authentic hippie chick witch self, or whatever. Hippie witch chick. There we go. Hippie witch. Because even though I wasn't born until 69, in my opinion, I'm still every bit a hippie, in a way, in my own way. I'm a hippie. Like, that would so be like the perfect costume, aside from being a witch, obviously. For me to have for Halloween would be a hippie chick. Have the big glasses. I wouldn't go that far, but, have the go-go boots that go all the way up to your knees, and, the short dresses, but I would have to have some kind of thermals on underneath or something, because, it can get damn cold during the month of Halloween around here. Some of you may have the luck of, oh, it's like summer around us all the time. Well, lucky you, it ain't so much that way here. You know how messed up Ohio weather is. Maybe that's a future project I'll do on here on a live, when I do my blue and purple headpieces. I meant to do those. When was I going to do them? When did I do this one? I think it was Sunday or Monday, because today's only Tuesday. It's 5 to 10, so still Tuesday. I was gonna do them, I think, today. Whoops. See what I mean? I set out to do one thing and other shit happens, and I don't do it. Oh, what can I tell you? So right now, this is just sort of a kind of a hangout time, chilling like a witch villain, which I'm not. I'm being funny. But believe me, there's some doozies out there. I mean, we've seen enough Disney movies, and there's a lot of them. You guys can't see them, and I probably won't be able to show them very good. But I'm wearing dangle black roses. Something one of my most recent acquisitions from Hot Topic. That Saturday, the last day, us three, Witch Sisters 3, had a girls' day on a Saturday. And this past Saturday, it was just a duo, but, you know, we would definitely rather our witch sister, Christy, to stay off her foot until she feels it's well enough to start moving around on it again. So yeah, something wonderful is going to happen today. Something wonderful is going to happen today. Something wonderful is going to happen today. I say that 3 times a day or 3 times each time throughout the day. And most of the time I say it in my head because you never know. You don't want somebody negative hearing you say it and then try to throw something at you that you know, turns it negative. Oh, I know something I can share. But I need to inner reflect about it first before I do. I'm going to have to ask Archangel Michael about this one. Let me ask him telepathically first. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to go quiet for a few minutes. Okay. I have been blessed with a very powerful money drawing prayer. You say it once a day for 2 minutes. So try to prolong it for 2 minutes if you can, because that's just the way it says to do it. So I literally read mine out loud 3 times today. If I share this with you, this is the subs only, but other people can watch it as well. So I will give you this warning, and this is straight from Archangel Michael himself. For those of you that aren't my subs, or some of you that are, and I'm not saying that any of you would do this, but there's some of you that may be subs that I don't know about yet. And therefore, I don't know if your intent would be good or bane. If anybody uses this prayer in a negative way, and they start getting blessed with this abundance of money, and use it for bad, there's going to be a hefty price that you will pay for it. So be warned. Use it well, share it with others, but if you use it to do bad things, bad will come to you in return. So use it in the most positive, truly positive, loving, spiritual way that you can. Don't use it to buy guns. Don't use it to buy things that archangels would deem inappropriate to use such an abundance of money for, like the drugs on the street that people buy because they're addicted, or the druggies that provide the ones that are addicted. Use it wisely. Use it well. Be thankful for when you start getting blessed with the money, but don't use it for bad, because trust me, you will regret it. I love you all. Please use it well. Now, there's going to be a lot. There's a lot to read, so you may have to pause this several times to write it all down like I did. And I had to write this on my phone. So each page, and there's like literally 6 pages, each page I had to pause, write it down, unpause it, let it play through, wait till it went to the next page, pause it, write it down. I mean, Maria Normia watched me do it. It took a few minutes, okay? I am a manifestation, and I modified it, okay, just to let you know, those of you that are like-minded, open-minded about the paranormal and the occult, and that are witches yourselves, or studying to become witches for the right reasons. So this is how I've modified it. I am a manifestation of God and Goddess, and I have the divine right to create the life I want at this moment. I am grateful because I already have all the money I need. See, you've got to really go into the positive mode here. I wish I already had the perfect home for me. Everything I want is given to me by the grace of God and Goddess, because I deserve it. Dear God and Goddess, I ask you with this prayer to eliminate from my mind all the beliefs that prevent me from connecting with your infinite wealth. Clear away any doubts, fears, and negative thoughts that block my path to abundance. Fill my mind with thoughts of prosperity, success, and wealth. Help me to release any past experiences that have caused me to believe in lack or limitation. Infuse me with the confidence to know that your riches are boundless and available to me at all times. Dear God and Goddess, convert me into a rich and prosperous person. Let your divine light shine upon my financial path, illuminating opportunities for growth and success. May my hands always be open to receive your blessings, and may my heart be filled with gratitude for the wealth that flows into my life. Guide me to make wise decisions and to recognize the opportunities you place before me. Empower me to act with faith and assurance, knowing that you are my constant source of supply. May all my desires be fulfilled easily from today onward. Let the flow of abundance come to me naturally and effortlessly, like a river that never runs dry. I trust in your infinite wisdom to guide me toward financial freedom and security. Remove any obstacles that stand in my way, and let the path to my prosperity be smooth and clear. Help me to see the signs and synchronicities that guide me toward my financial goals. My abundant destiny is sealed by the power of Almighty God and Goddess. I will always have money in abundance, and large amounts of money will come to me easily and without any effort, because I am deserving of all the riches of this world. I open myself to the unlimited resources of the universe, knowing that I am worthy of receiving them. Let my financial success be a testament to your glory and goodness, and let it inspire others to seek their own prosperity, to manage my finances wisely, to invest in my future, and to share my blessings with others. Help me to use my wealth for the greater good, to uplift those around me, and to make a positive impact in the world. Grant me the discernment to know when and where to give, and the generosity to do so with a joyful heart. Let my abundance be a source of healing and hope for those in need. Dear God and Goddess, let your divine energy flow through every aspect of my life, bringing harmony, peace, and prosperity. Surround me with positive influences and supportive people who encourage my growth and success. Shield me from negativity and harm, and let your love be my constant companion. May your presence be felt in every decision I make and every step I take. Amen, and blessed be. Once a day, every day, recite this prayer. And it's another one of those, hi, baby. You got to believe. You got to believe in it wholeheartedly and do what it says. Because if you're going to be blessed with this abundance, come on over. I got you. Come on, I got you. Just don't scratch me. There you go. Figured she was going to be over here sooner or later. Don't use it for bad reasons. Don't use it to hurt others. Don't use it to buy weapons. Don't use it to take a life in some fashion. Don't use it unwisely, because if you do, it's not going to come back on me. It's going to come back on you. And I will not harbor any guilt from sharing it with you, because what you do with it is up to you. But in my opinion, by sharing that prayer with you, I am sharing the abundance. So be mindful before you spend. And always appreciate every day and live each day as if it were your last, because it just might be. You never know. That prayer was given to me by a thing I subscribe to on YouTube, and there may even be some of you out there that go, oh yeah, I know, I did that one. Well, there you go. Share it with others, and I can't think of a better way to share it with many than exactly the way I did, but giving you the fair warning from Michael himself. If you use it unwisely, you aren't going to like the price you pay, because then that's like God handing you the money, God is handing you the money, and you spitting in their face or blaspheming against them in some horrible negative way. Like, just don't do it. Think before you spend, and choose wisely what you spend it on. And be grateful for every blessing every day. I haven't done a grateful list in a really long time. And that's something that I've been meaning to get back into doing. And that's something that's always good to do on a daily basis as well, because if you stop the flow. And I speak from experience when I say that. Hey, Carmela. You can hop over that, Carmela. You're a good jumper. I'm sorry that stuff is in your way right now, but Mommy was showing it off to my subs on here. Because this is a blessing from a higher power, and don't take it for granted. I had $9,878 once, and I know I've mentioned that many times on here, but what I learned from that was, one, stop beating myself up for it. Just stop. Two, that could be one of the very things that is causing the block of the flow, because I didn't let that go. Not truly let it go like I should. I'm going to have to find somewhere to put these. There we go, because I can't put them in my case right now. Oh, man. Because my case has a couple of little rubber earring backs. Because these earrings that I'm wearing, the black roses, it came with two backs. It came with a rubber pair and it came with the silver pair. And I'm like, okay. But because if they're not sterling silver, which I got them from Hot Topics, so not very likely that they are, because if they were sterling silver, they probably would have cost a lot more than they did. So most likely they're not. And I can always tell, because usually I seem to feel it's stronger in my left ear than I do in my right. And my left ear has always been my problem area. Just like the left side of my body seems to be the one that suffers the greatest injury. But something wonderful is going to happen today. Say that first thing in the morning before you get up. And then if you want, right after that, once you get awake enough that you're with it and your mind is engaged and you've got your coffee or whatever, and you're ready to take on your day, do the prayer. And you only have to do it once. And like I said, try to draw it out to where, you spend at least 2 minutes reciting it. Or you could do like me. If you have the time, you could say it more than once. But the way it was explained to me on the app I got it from, you only need to say it once, but I said it 3 times because of the Holy Trinity. And I figure, hey, 3 times is good. But tomorrow I am only going to say it once. And I might even, if I could figure out how to do a stopwatch on my phone, I could set a stopwatch for 2 minutes. Or I could set an alarm for 2 minutes, as weird as that may sound. And then when the 2 minutes goes off, then I'll be like, okay, that's the 2 minute, marker. I've said the prayer, get on with my day. And I did the something wonderful is going to happen today before I even got out of bed. Get some breakfast in you, take any morning pills you need to take, get on with your day, and just watch how the blessings unfold and just blow your mind, because mine certainly did. The blessings of this past Saturday were just a lot of fun and really helped me to have a really good day. Ow! Because so many people complimented me and loved my outfit. And I don't get that a lot. So when it happens, I've learned to enjoy it, appreciate it, which I do. but at the same time, not let it go to my head to where I become full of myself and conceited and expect it every day. No. Each time the compliment is given, I want to be able to truly appreciate and enjoy it and still be me. The loving me I've always tried to be. Whoops. Some of my new nail polish that I'm glad Maria noticed, because I probably wouldn't have. And the colors they had, they only had 2 bottles available. One of them is pink glitter. The other one, the one I'm putting on my nails now, is just your typical glossy black, which is what I prefer. My daughter, Alicia, she likes the matte black. She likes the non-shiny black. Me, I can do either, but I guess because I'm more a blingy Capricorn than my daughter, I like the shiny better than I do the matte. Because the matte has no luster and shine. It's dull. It's devoid of shine. And I don't like that. So, anyway, I'll show you guys. See? Black nail polish, and it's in a cool skull bottle. And, hey, Carmela, what you doing? I suppose I could show you guys my most recent things that I got from Enchanted when it finally showed up. And these also I got, there's a selenite wand in there and a couple of other loose crystals. Five Below. Got a Palo Santo stick in there and got some incense. That's not from Salem, Massachusetts, though. That's just the Five Below that we 3 went to when Christy was with us. This is called Indigo. It's lava mint, and it is a facial soap that I can't wait to try. I haven't tried it yet. This is the stuff from Salem. I've got some Palo Santo smudge spray. So, if I don't want to burn a Palo Santo stick, which I try not to do anyway because Chris said it gives him a headache if it burns for more than a minute or two. So this will be another way that I can still purify, and it's just a spray, so it's not going to linger in the air, you know, as long as, say, the Palo Santo smoke, would if you lit a Palo Santo stick. Sent me a bag of charcoal discs. And I've got to find some way to wear my witch pin here. I've got a pin that says witch. And it's got a little pentacle on it. See? And you can see it says Enchanted. So that's Lori's shop. And that was like a recent serious pain in the ass thing that poor Norma and Chris had to go through just to wait for the package to get here because we kept missing it. Damn mailman kept bringing it, or like bringing it to the damn front door or something, and we kept missing them out there. So one day, Normia and Chris, they were determined. They're like, we are staying out here until it shows up. Like if we have to literally sit out here all night. This is something I love that they do because they literally handwrite this in a gold gel pen, and they have a wax seal on the back, and it simply says, "Enchanted to meet you. Thank you for your order." And on the back is a little barcode, so if you want to scan the barcode, I don't know if it gives you a discount or takes you to the website or anything, but this I got from Witch Lab, and this is what is this one called? Sachet powder. It's like 7 African powers, and as you can see, Yahushua is on the cross in one of them in the middle, or at least what looks like Yahushua to me. This is the metal lid to my metal green cauldron I got from Enchanted. So whenever I get witchy stuff, I try to keep it all together. And I got some money drawing oil I need to start using, which I haven't even used any of it yet. And one of the necklaces I'm wearing is also from there. It's this one. It's got a black stone, a lapis lazuli, and then a little purple stone on it. And a couple of cards come with this necklace to tell what each color means. This money drawing oil smells really good. So I'm going to put some on my hands. Start that cash flow coming in, So when I finally do get around to using the facial soap bar that I got from them, I'll try to do a live stream about it while I'm using it. And this is weight loss incense. And the reason why there's a hair tie around it and the wrapper, the baggie is inside, so I know what this is. And I've only been able to burn a little bit of it because, again, it's a loose incense. So when it comes to loose incenses, my point being, when it comes to loose incense, you have to burn it on a charcoal. And you don't want to waste the charcoal. So you have to keep putting it on, like you put on a little bit with a spoon or something, or even the tip of a butter knife, or your athame, if that's all you've got. Put a good little pile on there, put it on the disc and let it burn. And so it smokes a lot, is what I'm getting at. It smokes a lot. And because of that, I have to be super careful because the smoke can be too overwhelming for Chris, especially because of his asthma and COPD and, breathing issues and stuff. So I have to be careful about heavy smoke and just like, burning an incense that's too strong. If it's too strong, I always ask him, please let me know. I won't be upset or angry or offended or anything like that. If it's too strong, let me know and I'll just put it out, or I'll crack a window or something so it goes more out the window and it's not so concentrated near you, because I don't want to throw him into an asthma attack or, where he can't breathe or something. Good luck with the super powerful money prayer. Let me know when the first of you start seeing results with it, and I'll do the same. Like when my first, oh my God, are you kidding me, happens with it, then I'll definitely do a live stream about it and let you guys know. You're not going to believe what happened today. And then I'll tell you guys all about it. So now, the next time. Oh, I got a new fairy deck. I don't think I've shown any of those on here, but I got a rainbow deck too. And it's kind of funny because originally Maria had bought the rainbow deck for herself. They only had one copy of it that was available that you could buy, and it was at a half-price bookstore. And, whoops. Uh-oh. Better not, because I've got money drawing oil on my hands, so I've got to be careful. Definitely don't want to be breathing that into my lungs and keel over dead, because it's kind of hard to spend and enjoy your money when it comes in if you're dead. Oh, I know what I forgot to share. Probably the most additional other wonderful thing that happened to me this past Saturday was in the food court. There are several tables and chairs for families to be able to sit and stuff like that. There's these kind of low, they're low to the ground really, but they're round, they're marble, and they have the most comfortable seats to sit in. Everybody wants them, right? You have 4 seats, they're decently wide, and they lean back. So when you're eating your food and you're done and you're full, then you just lean back and you let it digest for a little bit. You sit there and chill, hang out, whatever, people watch, whatever, and decide, okay, where do we go from here? Give your food a chance to digest, and then move on to the next shop that you want to look in or whatever. So it was fun because me and Normia ended up playing a game of how many times we could get those type of tables, because they only have 4 that are like that are the big, I think. I'll check the next time I'll pay attention and see if there's more than 4. But in my mind, I only see 4 of them. And they're in distinct corners of the food court. And then in the center, there's other types of tables and chairs. There's even like a tall, like countertop style one that you can sit at, that I've seen families sit at on like really tall stools and stuff like that. So anyway, one of the tables at one point during the day that me and Normia sat down at got the absolute shock of our lives when, like, and believe me, it was so fun, guys, because it was like I call it prom night at Easton. Because a lot of young people were running around in ball gowns and stuff, and the guys were dressed in like dressy shirts and vests and ties and everything to match the girls. I mean, it was a sight to see. It was like a Cinderella story or something. It was so precious, and the gowns were so beautiful, and there were so many and so many colors and so many styles, and they had tiaras on their head, and you're like, man, it must be nice to walk through this mall all day and feel like a princess. And I was like, that's it. I'm getting myself a ball gown, and I'm going to do it sometime just for the fun, just to make people wonder, what, is she going to a wedding or something? Is she getting married today? No, I just felt like being a princess myself today, just for the fun of it, you know. Got inspired by the prom people walking around. So we were sitting at this table, and this very tall, very elegant, I'm talking drop dead gorgeous model looking, long blonde hair down past her ass. I mean, long nails. I mean, she was just absolutely stunning to behold. And I will call this the goddess that sat at our table one day, because this woman, I don't know who she was, but she was so beautiful. I was just stunned beyond belief that she sat at our table, because that's never happened to me before. That's never happened to Normia before. That's never happened to Christy before. And if Christy would have been there with us, she would have been able to enjoy it too. But we definitely shared it with her when we got back from the mall. We still don't know who this lady is. She was only sat there for a handful of minutes, but I was so stunned, I didn't even know how to talk to her. I mean, I literally thought I was talking to an Amazon / goddess of some type or something, and she was really nice. I mean, she had tattoos. Normia noticed more of the details about her than I did, because I had to stop myself from looking at her because she was so beautiful. I just didn't want to stop. And Normia said I couldn't stop. She said she didn't notice me looking at her, but I just couldn't stop. She was so stunning. You couldn't help yourself, you know. And the fact that she sat down at our table, I was like, okay. You know, I don't know what's going on, but okay. Because we just never thought something like that would ever happen, you know. And it did. And I was like, wow, that was fun. But we did have a brief conversation. She said, is it just me or is it hot in here? And I think she was just trying to, looking for an icebreaker to strike up a conversation with us. So it wouldn't seem so awkward, this drop dead gorgeous goddess sitting at our table, and we looked nothing like her. And I was like, what is going on? What is it about this day? So I ate it up. I enjoyed it. Normia enjoyed it. We felt like the in crowd that day, or the VIPs or something, you know. We got noticed. And I was like, yay, that felt good. Can we do that again, please? Just one more time so I know I'm not dreaming. So she was mostly on her phone, from what Normia said. And me and Normia just kind of went back to like having a conversation between the two of us. And me and the three of us, we didn't speak anymore to the lovely goddess. But I was... I remember saying, I'm comfortable, because I was. You know, I wasn't... It was the weirdest thing, because apparently I was the only one feeling it. But because of the direction I was sitting in northeast direction. That's the way the chair was facing. And the goddess was facing directly east, more or less. And Normia was facing me. So she was facing more like a south direction, which made sense because she's a fire sign. I have no idea who this goddess was, what her sign was, or anything of that nature. I didn't even get a name. I was just in the moment, you know, just enjoying it, because we were just completely blown away. And I felt so stupid that I didn't even know how to talk to this woman. I literally did not know how to talk to her. And I mentioned a tattoo that she had on this arm, and it was down in here, and it was real pretty. It had a lot of colors in it. Didn't really take note of the details, because if I would have allowed myself to look at her, I'm afraid I would have made her feel uncomfortable, because she was so beautiful. I just wanted to just keep staring at her like I was literally staring at the goddess, because that was what she looked like to us. She was that gorgeous. I'm not kidding. So I'm like, whoa, what the F, you know? But okay. So she apparently texted a friend, or this person could have been her sister for all we know. I don't know. Didn't get her name either. So she came up eventually after a handful of minutes, and she was a brunette. She had on a similar outfit to the one the blonde was wearing. I mean, it was spaghetti strap. What? It was, the blonde had more like a spaghetti strap crop top version, and long pants, and they kind of flared at the bottom. The other chick had on some type of top and then a long sleeve version. They didn't match identically, but they were the same color, the outfits, and they matched enough that you could say, okay, yeah, they're probably like, you know, besties or something, or they're like sisters. Who knows? You know. Because, I mean, that's a fun thing that me and Maria like to do. Me and Normia like to do sometimes, is dress alike, you know, because it's like, oh, we're friends, and, you know, friends do that. So just because we're older ladies doesn't mean we can't still enjoy that, you know. And it's a fun way for us to still nurture the younger side of us that didn't know each other when we were younger ages, because her and I didn't meet until maybe about 4 years ago by now or something. I've lost count. I don't even honestly know how long it's been, but we were pretty much, me and Normia were fast friends when we finally started talking together, especially when I knew that she smoked. I was like, okay, that was enough for me. The rest would come as I got to know her. So we're like stunned beyond belief that this beautiful goddess, whoever she was, this lady sat down at our table, and that's never happened before. And I was like, what? And I was like, pretty much, I was floating on cloud nine the rest of the day. When her friend arrived, though, she got up and left. And I said, thank you so much for sitting with us. I said, even though it was only for a handful of minutes, you made my day. You both look great. And she's like, have a good day. She was so nice. They both seemed really nice. They walked northward direction. Me and Maria went south. We went into Claire's one last time. And I believe that was when she got me the hair. And we came back out, and we were sitting for a little bit longer. And then we finally decided to come home because it was like getting about 6 o'clock by then. So, I wanted to get home and, spend some time home, and wanted to give the traffic a chance to die down because Easton is close to a freeway. So, traffic during rush hour, I don't even want to be in the middle of. So I purposely waited at least until 6 o'clock or a little after before we finally decided to venture home. And, it was a good day. And now that I have this prayer to add to it, I can't wait to see what happens next, to be honest. Because it's going to be a doozy, and it's going to waylay me too, because I'll be like, Holy Mother of Wow. Somebody hold me because I'm about to, don't let me hit the ground. I'm about to faint. Or somebody, touch me or something. Let me know I'm not dreaming. This is real. It's happening. I'm not imagining things. It was amazing. And then I also had the fun experience. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, because that's never happened to me before either. Is I kept giggling. I couldn't. It's like every few seconds or minutes, I would just start giggling, and it was light. It wasn't like so heavy and raw, out loud that people started looking at me like, "What the hell is she tripping on?" But I could not help myself. So I literally think I was my fairy self. Like, the fairy in me came out like, hello, that day. And it was also some fairy blessings that, the fairies are letting me know, we're with you. Surprise. Hope you like it. And I did, it was nice to be able to walk around the mall and feel that good, knowing that to be acknowledged by someone so beautiful that I never thought in a million years would ever sit at my table for any reason. But she did. And I'm like, what was it about us that she felt drawn to us? She felt like she knew she was safe. She knew that we weren't creeps, that we weren't creepy. We were just a couple of older ladies out enjoying the day together, And there must be something. Oh, wow, wouldn't that be cool if she's a witch? That would make a lot of sense. Because as witches, we don't always have to have a verbal, what's up? I know what you are, so much. Blessed be. You know, nice to meet you. But sometimes it's a feeling. Sometimes it's a thought. Huh. Well, that's an interesting thought, huh? Maybe she's a witch. I hope I run into her again up there sometime. And I don't care if it's the three of us or if it's just me and Normia. Don't matter. Or if I'm by myself. I don't care. I'm going to sit at that same table. The same chair I sat at before. And see if the fairies will bless me with another chance encounter with her, so I can at least get her name and see if I can talk to her this time. See what unfolds. Because I already know it's going to be a doozy. I can already feel it. I'm going to get on here and do a live stream about it, and I'm going to be like, you guys are never going to believe what happened to me today. My prayer was answered. My goddess showed up again. Same table, same chair. This time, her and I actually engaged each other in conversation and headed off right away. Because now that I think back on it, and I remember telling Normia this, but you know, I understand now a lot of the reason why maybe I didn't feel or didn't realize what I was feeling, because there was so much other energy around us. Sometimes it's hard for me to sift through all that energy to focus on one energy that was also focused on me, and that would be the blonde, because I felt like our energies were connected. I didn't know this woman. I had never seen her before. I mean, but I felt like she was closer to me than she actually was. Like, I knew that there was a certain distance that she was sitting away from me, and that the true part of her that was actually the closest to me was her foot, because she was sitting kind of like this and had her legs crossed, like kind of like a lady, I think. Not like I have to cross mine, because I can't cross mine. And she was tall. God, she was tall. And I remember thinking, oh my God, an Amazon goddess just sat down at our table, because that's what it felt like. That's what she looked like to me and to Normia. And Normia, I don't want it to be a missed opportunity, that maybe I was supposed to talk to this woman, that maybe she was sent to me for a reason. But because I was so shocked by the experience, and I didn't know how to talk to her. So I just stared at Maria and talked to her, because I didn't know what else to do. Wow. I mean, it's amazing. It really is amazing. And I'm thankful. Just that whole day being a wonderful day, because I started it off the right way. And see, imagine doing that every day. And now adding the prayer to it after you say, something wonderful is going to happen today. Get up, wake up, eat breakfast, drink some coffee, whatever you got to do to start your wake up process. Read that prayer one time, time yourself so that you're doing it for at least 2 minutes, and just let the day unfold. So, if there are any of you, when you do watch this, that want to join Coven Moondance, please make sure that you're on my next live to let me know. And I will try to let you all know when I'm most likely going to do a live again, which I can tell you, let's shoot for August 1st. Okay, just to be on the safe side. I know that's a long ways away. If I can do it before that, I will. But I'll try to give you guys like a day or two, like a heads up that, hey, I'm going to be doing a live today around 3 or whatever, Pop on if you can. Let me know if you want to join the Coven. And if so, I'll take down your name, any pertinent information you think that I should have, so that I can start making a list. And once I get the list, then I will start, I will find my, I will start, drawing up the Coven dynamic and, how I want everybody to be able to treat everybody, and how I want everybody to, after a time, have the chance to experience a higher level of magic as they go, because I know there may be some of you that may be beginners. Don't be afraid or shy to tell me that, because I don't want to try and teach you something advanced if you're only beginners. I want to start out with what's going to be comfortable for you. And then I will probably, since I'm always talking about my solitary practitioner guide so much, I will probably do some of it out of that to help you guys along that need it. And I will do some out of the solitary witch. So it'll be a combination of those two. Or I could do the the big blue book. Raymond Buckley. Big blue book. It's like yay tall, about yay wide, and decently thick. And I have it all. I've shown it on here before. I'm sure I have. Now that would be a fun one. A fun way that we could do a lot of the Coven stuff, at least for now, on a live stream. And that I'm hoping will also, if I can see like a half a dozen of you, at least, or even if it's just 3 or 4 to start out, I'm easy. But if you're going to do it, I would rather as many of you that want to do it at the same time, so that I don't have to keep going back and start over from the beginning because others decide to do it later. So take all the time you need, but I can only give you a certain amount of time to decide. And if you can't decide by that time, it's okay. Like I said, you don't have to be a witch to practice magic or do spells or rituals, because that stuff is all personal choice. It's about intent. It's about repercussions. It's about consequences. And you better make damn sure that you're going to be willing to face the consequences, because if you're doing dark stuff, you're not going to like the price you're going to end up paying. And I don't say that for anybody, but any of you that are thinking about messing around with the dark stuff, take it from me, don't do it. Just don't do it. Because that is the highest price that you will always pay. And the dark ones are so good at it, of tricking us and fooling us and making us think that, see, the dark side ain't so bad. And then you find out after it's too late that you are now stuck in it. You're doing black magic and you can't get out, because if you do, they threaten to take your life. You won't find anything like that here. Not in my coven. My coven is about love and light and togetherness, connectedness, finding our own creative paths together as a coven, as a family, as a group of friends that become like family, because, depending on how many of you I actually know and that I've known long enough, you're already family. But I don't want to do this the wrong way. So when I see enough of you are serious and you want to join, then I will start drawing up, and I will, if I have to buy another copy of the book, so I don't have to drive myself crazy trying to find my copy here. I actually have a book that tells you how to run a coven. It's for beginners, that this is your first time having your own coven. So it's a guideline, basically, that I like to have available, because for some of you it may be easier to follow, and it may be easier for me to teach, to get us all going and connected and on the same page, and get start doing stuff, doing spells and doing rituals together. But we'll have to do it during a live stream. So you guys will have to punch in and let me know as you go that, okay, I did this, and I'll be like, okay, has everybody done their stuff? Have you done the spells or rituals that you want to do? And if they say yes, it's like, okay, and just type in, yeah, I'm done. Like, okay. And then we'll just, kind of talk each other back to reality. And then the rest of the time will be just socializing. What's going on with you? How's the family? How is that new job working out? Have you done any new creative projects or anything? Is there stuff that you would like to see possibly considered for the coven? And this could change at any time, but just for now, I think I'll go with your trial period will be before you're actually, or at least I'll throw it out there as a possibility. You guys tell me what you think of it. If you don't like it or don't want to do it, then we won't worry about it. It was just something from a past, like when I was trying to get into Coven Winding Road, or Winding Road Coven. A year and a day, you will partake of rituals, ceremonies, coven meetings, sociality. And if you're still with us and everything seems good, everybody's getting along, we're making this coven live stream work. And the sooner we can start manifesting this money, the sooner we'll be able to get a house. And yes, my ultimate goal, and I will not stop until I achieve it, is to have a house in Salem, Massachusetts, that I pick myself, that nobody can object to if they're going to come and live in it with me. They'll have lots of space, lots of rooms, and it'll be absolutely beautiful. We will definitely be worthy of it. And we will start asserting ourselves as part of the Salem community. And I hope to one day be so lucky as to be blessed to be able to work in Lori Cabot's shop, Enchanted. That would just be so awesome. So awesome. And I would even volunteer to do it and just have them pay me with product. It's like, if you can't really afford to pay me with money, pay me with product. But it better be equal to what I feel I should be getting paid, or what everybody else gets paid here, for working here. And once I get the house in Salem, then it'll be fun to be able to gather a bunch of us down there, once in a while, even if it is just for like a major Wiccan holiday or something. See what everybody's doing, where everybody would be coming from, make sure we would have plenty of room to accommodate everyone, meaning we would have like hotel ideas and stuff set up, because I would recommend that they stay at a hotel simply because I don't want to be too open with letting people stay with us, because I don't want any conflicts or drama break out between us and people that are staying there with us. And then it just becomes a problem. Because like certain people don't get along or something, it could happen. So I would recommend a hotel, but I would try to get them the cheapest, but the best quality that was available. And, maybe do like a weekend workshop or something like that. And that will be my ultimate masterpiece, is not only having my house in Salem, Massachusetts, but decorated with my own flair and hippie witch style. That is going to be a mixture of things that will accommodate everybody to the best of my ability that lives there, and let them put their own personal touches here and there too, so that it truly is a witch family. Because if all continues to go well and Christy don't change her mind, me, Christy, Normia, Chris, and all our cats, we're going to have 13 cats, because hopefully my mom will decide to come with us still. Because especially if we're going to be moving really far away, I don't want the expectations of trying to live my life in our new home, in our new city or state, wherever we're living, and still feel obligated to come down and see my mom and do things with her and spend time with her, when it would just be much easier if she lived up there with us, and we would even get her own house or have it built on our land if need be. And it would be close enough to the original house that, she could just, or it would be far enough away that if she needed our help, she could call up to the main house and say, hey, could you come down? I'm not feeling good or whatever. And if one of us was available, then we would come down and sit with her, make sure she's getting something to eat. Or if she felt up to socializing, she could come up to the main house, because we'll have plenty of guest bedrooms and stuff. So we can have a bedroom set up for her in there for the times when she may not want to be down at her own place by herself. And she's going to have a cat and birds, which will have to stay in her room, sadly. And we're going to have 12 cats, well, 13 cats, but 12 cats and fish. And we're going to have to definitely make sure that none of the cats can get into the fish tank. That's why Chris got this lid that we may at some point have to fasten down in a more secure manner, so the cats can't paw at it and knock it loose, so they can get to the fish, in case some of them actually try to. Like, get to them as in to eat them, because there would be no other reason for them to get to them unless they were trying to eat them. Got a Corpse Bride doll that, get off, fucking roach. That's why I have to keep a cap on here that has clay in the tip so the roaches can't climb down the straw. I will, I can do it. That much. Show it real quick. I don't pose. I can't get her standing upright and get the glare out. Can you see her? She's, Maria gave her to me. It's a figurine. It's just a figurine, and I will never take her out of her box. So, because it's a collector's item. It's not meant to be taken out of its box anyway, so. Well, it's 11 o'clock. Oh yeah, I guess I could throw this little tidbit in. Saturday, I had an unfortunate, very scary experience and literally thought I almost died this past Saturday. This is a face spritzer. It's hemp and it's a facial mist. As you all know, I have taken gummies before, and they were the THC kind. They were 150 milligrams, and I had gotten myself built up to a point where I could take a whole one, have a nice buzz, and smoke a little with it to keep it going. If I felt one of them waning, I would, like if I felt my gummy was waning, then I would smoke some. But usually I would smoke first, then I would take a gummy. Once I got a nice good smoke buzz, then I would take a gummy to maintain the level of buzz. But unless I can break down and, get some off Amazon to where I'm going to get a decent amount, I can only buy one jar at a time. So they're going to last me a lot longer, and I shouldn't have to invest in them as often. And they won't cost me $14 and $14.99 a piece, and you only get 10 gummies in a pack. I can't invest in them very often. But if you buy 3 packs of them at $14.99 a piece, you get the 4th pack free. But if I don't have $14.99 times 3 to get 3 packs so I can get the 4th one, then most of the time I'll get one of each flavor because there's only 3. There's a blue one, there's a red one, and there's a green one. then I'm not going to get any, because it's money that I don't want to be going through them too quick. Let me just say that. I don't want to get so immune to them that none of them do me any good anymore, because I'm so used to them, because I'm overindulging in them and taking them, in other words, taking them too much, too often. So, in light of that, once I finally mastered not smoking through my stuff so quickly to where I didn't need the gummies so much, I stopped taking them for months. I mean months, okay? So I decided to be a wise ass and took a whole one, which was 2 halves that I had cut in half. I had one cut into 2 halves, and that's so if you take both halves, that's a whole. So I took both halves while we were still at the mall this past Saturday. I was fine during the time we were at the mall. I was fine driving us home, got us home okay. And then the moment we stepped into Christy's place, it waylaid my ass. And it hit me so hard and so fast that I literally thought I was dying. My chest felt heavy. I felt like I wasn't breathing. I have never been so high in my life. I actually heard fairies talking to me like I'm talking to you right now. I was so scared, guys. I literally thought I was like NDE here, near-death experience. I forced myself to stay conscious, which was an effort, believe me, because I was terrified to close my eyes. I felt like my heart wasn't beating, and I was afraid to move. I was afraid to move even the slightest little bit to get up to use the bathroom or anything like that. All I knew was one thing: start sucking down the water. Start sucking down the water. So started drinking water. Finally, I felt confident and comfortable enough to get up and go to the bathroom. And I did that fine. I didn't fall down or anything like that. But this was so intense, guys. I mean, I literally felt like I had OD'd on this gummy and thought I could handle it. But what I had forgotten was the most essential part that I should not have forgotten ever. Because several months had passed, the effect of the gummies had completely gotten out of my system to where when I took that one, it slammed my ass, but good. And I kept my calm, though, and I'm thankful for that. I started praying to the angels. I started praying to my spirits. I said, guys, I really fucked up this time. I'm afraid I'm dying. I'm scared to death. Close my eyes. I don't know what to do. I'm really scared. And Chris said simply, in his typical unemotional way, because I had on my gothic pants, I had on a black shirt, I had on my black and gold shawl, I had on the outfit that I had wore that day at the mall that I got all those compliments about. The top was a summer top, so I took the shawl off right away. I took my hair pieces off because I didn't want those to get tore up. Because I only had the one hair piece anyway, I think. I'm pretty sure. But anyway, hadn't made the other one yet. So I only had the one or whatever. And I hadn't even sewn it onto the headband yet. So I started praying and praying hard because I really was that scared. And Chris said, what you do is take your pants off. If you want to put on a nightgown or whatever, you can do that. I ended up sleeping in the top I wore that day and my bra, my panties, my socks, and that was it. And I let my body cool down to the temperature of the room, which I try to do most nights because the temperature out here is totally different from the temperature in the bedroom. Because at night when we go to sleep in the bedroom, a lot of times he'll have, especially if it's been a particularly hot day, like I believe today was. We got some rain, but it was kind of short-lived, so it was the type of rain that makes it hotter, more humid, and worse, right? So you end up sleeping with AC on because it's more comfortable. So I let my body cool down to the temperature of the room. And then once I cool down enough, I start getting a little on the chilly side or start getting cold or start thinking, okay, I'm getting cold now. I need to go ahead and cover up, go to sleep. Or get up and put on some pajama bottoms or whatever if I'm too cold. And I finally laid down. I just still had a bottle of water by my bed. And even though it had lost pretty much all the cold that it had to it, it was, I didn't care what temperature it was. I kept sucking down that water. I kept drinking that water because it's probably the very thing that saved my life. Okay, that was weird. I literally just felt like a light spray of water on my left arm. And I haven't sprayed anything on my left arm. It felt like I had taken the facial mist stuff and sprayed it on my arm, and I haven't. I sprayed it on my face, but then I had to wipe it off my eyes because otherwise it'd burn my eyes because it's got alcohol in it. I remember Normia asking me several times, "Are you okay?" I said, no. I said, no, I'm not. My awareness was so enhanced. It's indescribable. And it was all up here. It was like borderline astral projection in a way. That when I was sitting in Christie's, I literally felt like I started floating out of my body. Okay, now I'm hearing things. But I just kept forcing myself to stay conscious. Come down, come down. I kept chanting, angels help me. And they did. Thank goodness. And finally, once I laid down and after I got my body cooled down and everything, because Chris thought it was heat stroke. He thought I had literally suffered heat stroke. But here's the thing. We were outside that Saturday for such a brief amount of time. There's no way it could have been heat stroke. I think it was just severe dehydration, poor timing on my part, taking the gummy under circumstances I should not have taken because I had eaten the rest of my rice and my orange chicken because me and Normia both got orange chicken and rice, fried rice with it. Hang on, I'm trying to find the right chain here. Wear diamond for a little bit. I can feel her calling to me. That's my hellhound. She's the little bead here. And I haven't put her in a charging box in a while. She's been sitting in my little pill cup in my little coffin shelf that you can't see because it's behind the computer, the 2-in-1. So, but anyway, me and Normia were outdoors such a brief amount of time. So I don't feel that it was a heat stroke at all because I did have some pop while we were there, but I also made myself drink some water. Even after the water had turned hot, I still made myself drink it. I meant to get me another pop, and now I'm glad I didn't, because that probably would have just added to the episode and made me feel worse. Kept drinking the water, flushing it out of my system the quickest way that I knew how. And after this nightmare, and I finally was able to allow myself, that I felt safe enough to fall asleep, and I slept 12 hours. That's how badly it fucked me up. Okay. 2:55. I'm just keep checking the time, because sometimes it has a bad habit of like once it gets to a certain point and it's been running for 3 hours or 4 hours, it'll just shut itself off. It'll just shut me off for no reason and kill the live stream. And I don't want it to do that, so I'm trying to keep a closer eye on it, because I've almost been on here in 5 minutes and 50 some odd seconds. I've been on here almost 3 hours already. But after this episode, I said, never again. Never again. I thought I had done everything right. I thought that I was hydrated enough. I was wrong. I thought that because I had a decent amount of food on my stomach, that it shouldn't mess with me too bad. I was wrong. I was very lucky and blessed, and I'm thankful that I was myself. I was fine while we was at the mall, because it hadn't hit me yet. I got us home safe, was able to drive, no problem. The minute we walked into Christie's and sat down, it slammed me, and I was like, oh shit, what have I done to myself this time? I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the fish tank at least. Give the fishes their sleepy time. Or a little bit. Because if I shut the other one off, I don't want it to make the lighting in here too dark. But because so much time had passed, that it had worked itself like completely out of my system. No amount of food, at least, made a difference. And apparently a hell of a lot more water was required than I even remotely had in my body. And it was very unpleasant. So yeah, I'm not doing that one again. I'm going to go back to the most I will take is half. And I will make sure next time that I have myself decently hydrated and I haven't been sucking down pop all day. So I know my body well enough now that I know it was a combination of things that I did not do, that I should have, that would have made the difference if I had. And I would have not suffered the episode that scared me so badly I literally thought I was dying, and it was not funny at all. So that's kind of a warning to any of you that might do gummies as well. Do it with caution. Be careful. Make sure you're well hydrated. Make sure you have a good amount of ice water down you and a decent amount of food in your stomach. And don't smoke this and then take a gummy too. Just don't do that to yourself, because that is the quickest way to damage yourself, to damage the proper functionality of your organs, that they might start shutting down and you could die or end up in the hospital. And either one could be just equally scary, and the dying part would probably be pretty bad too, because that you don't come back from unless they get you into the hospital quickly enough that they can revive you. because you haven't been dead that long, or I don't know. But that's like, don't take sleeping pills and drink champagne. Because that killed Marilyn Monroe. And if she would have been alive to this day, and I would have been blessed and lucky enough to meet her, we probably would have been pretty good friends. I'm sure we would have. Even though she's a Gemini, we would have been good friends, because I can be friends with Geminis, no problem. Just, I've learned my lesson in the past. Don't date a Gemini, not this Capricorn. Because every time it always ends up the same way. And that's not my path anymore. That's the pattern that I have broken, that my self-mastery has closed that path. And illuminated the right path for me, and not bringing the stuff back up over and over again, which in essence is not truly letting it go when you do that. Because each time you relive that by talking about it, why would you put yourself through it over and over again? Because then it's like you're still punishing yourself. Stop it. Okay? Take it from me. Stop it. Don't do that to yourself. Part of my self-mastery is learning to let stuff go, but in my own way and to the best of my ability, which does require a great deal of patience. But if the people that are my family, that truly love me, around me, truly love me and understand me, they will have the patience to bear with me and let me get there on my own. Let me devise my own way of, okay, I feel that I have let this go because I don't say this anymore. I don't do this anymore. I don't look at things this way anymore, you know? So that, to me, is proof enough that I have learned from my mistakes, and I have learned to let stuff go by not revisiting it. And you know, when my goddess sat down at my table the other day, that's what I'm going to call her. Doesn't matter if I never see her again, which I will. And the next time I will be able to strike up a conversation with her, we will hit it off and become instant besties. She's a soul friend. I already know. I can already feel it. But don't expect anyone to believe me until the next live stream I do, when I bring her up and say, guess what? I went back to the mall and she was there and we talked, and now we're setting up a time to get together again so we can start getting to know each other and become friends. Kudos. Good for you, Janet. Good job. You did it right. Proud of you. She inspired me. Nose itch attack. She inspired me that day to let down my hair, which I literally did, because I had my hair up because it gets hot especially when it's a hot day out. I took the clip out of my hair, let my hair down, and put the first strip of hair piece, I clipped it in place. Like I said, I turned the clip around and did it a different direction than I normally do it when I put it up on my head in like a ponytail. Because like I will gather my hair all together. I'll twist it. You guys have probably seen me do it on here before. I'll twist it kind of snug, and then I'll put it up on top of my head, and then I'll take the clip. And I usually have the clip going this way. Well, I had to do it across the crown in a way, but in the back here. And that's how I fastened the first headpiece on after I let my hair down. So I had some of the red just hanging there with my hair, and walked around the mall like that, kept readjusting it because I didn't have enough hair clips like I do now to fasten it on there, like literally fasten them to my hair, so it would have kept it in place. And I could have wore the clip some other way or put it in one of the shopping bags that me and Normia had, and then just, bring it home and not use it. But she inspired me to literally let down my hair. She helped me to, bring my fairy self to the surface, like, and I was just so happy that whole day. And the next time I go to the mall, I'm going to wear my Gothic elf outfit. And if it's a nice enough day out, I'm going to wear shorts underneath it, so people will see the shorts peeking through just barely. But at least that way the parents and stuff walking around with their kids can't say that I'm running around in this thing with my underwear showing, which is inappropriate. I don't want to see that. I don't want my kids to see that, but I will have my purple, my nose, bugging me. I got a cold sore. I'm trying to get the scab out. Making sure it's not forming over here on the other side, because sometimes it does. This stuff spreads like freaking wildfire. But anyway, I'm going to wear my elf outfit. And depending on what day of the week it is, if it's a Wednesday or a Thursday, I'm wearing my blue and purple wig, which is my fairy wig, one of my newest fairy wigs that I got from Amazon. And if it's a Friday or a Sunday, I'm going to wear my green wig, my multicolored green, and it's got I think it's got some type of blue in the roots of it or something like that. But anyway, and here soon, got an itch, dang it. Here soon, I'm going to probably try to find me a black and green one. So that would be a Friday, Saturday wig that I could wear. And then get me a yellow, white mix. So I would have a Sunday, Monday wig. And then at some point have a red, purple one, which would be my Tuesday, Wednesday wig. And just different things like that. But again, right now, because this apartment that we are in is so damn tiny, I have too many wigs. A lot of them are getting tore up because I don't have them clipped to hangers like I usually do to keep them from getting messed up and tangled. And to the point that it's I might as well just throw them away because they're not even usable anymore. I would have to pay somebody at a wig shop to comb out the tangles to do it right so that the wig's not destroyed. And you got to pay them something before they will take the time to do it because it's such a tedious job. I don't have any styrofoam heads. The tops of both of my closets are full of shit. And that's a project I've been meaning to get around to. God, Goddess, please help me and motivate me to get that done tomorrow. Just start in the bedroom. Get out the trash bags. start filling them up, start putting them down in the basement, and put a tag on them or something if I have to. If I can shoehorn them into the storage thing, I will. But I want to put some kind of label on them so that Chris doesn't throw them away. And label like the winter clothes, and then try to have them hanging up down there somewhere, because I don't want them to get, I want them hanging up so they're right there. I can grab them easily, even if it means they're hanging up on the inside of the cage or something, or hanging on a shelf, or hell, I'll get another coat rack and put it in there if I have to. But condense down the amount of clothes, especially. Give as many of them away as I can. Be real about, you know what, I'm never going to fit into this dress. I'm never going to wear this outfit. I've never worn this outfit. I need to let this stuff go, because right now I just don't, a lot of it, I just don't have the room for it. And I don't like the stress that it is continually causing me and Chris, which is a big part of what leads to arguments and stuff in the future, because in his mind, he is a minimalist trying to live with a pack rat. And it's not working. So I, have never... Are there pack rats in my family? Yes. But one major trigger for me that I ask of anybody that knows me, that are truly my friends and truly my family. If I could get this, hang on, let me see if I can get this cord here. Did I just unplug it? Damn it, I hope I did. I hope I didn't. Shit, I did. Dadgummit. Sorry about that. I had to turn it this way because that way was getting, I don't know. Oh, great. Now I look. I don't like the way it's shadowing my eyes. Anyway, yes, I lost my train of thought. I was trying to get it back. Oh. All this stuff. All this clutter. It's bringing me down. It's making the energy in here very oppressive, depressive. Dirt, dirt, and more dirt. There's so much stuff, but this is 16 years of accumulated stuff because of how long we have lived here. This stuff I did not intend ever for it to get this bad. When I had the trailer in Marysville, those of you that know me and know about my life there and how much I miss that trailer and wish I could have that same trailer again. But the only difference would be it would be a double wide. But other than that, other than the extensions on possibly the hallway and the rooms, and there would be more than just 2 bedrooms and a tiny ass bathroom. It was so small you had to step outside to change your mind, right? God, I miss all the fun times there and memories and holidays and gatherings. My first all-teen coven, you might as well say, because I was the only adult in the coven, unless there was somebody that was 18 or older. Then I tried to consider them adults, although most of them didn't act that way. But anyway, I did not want this to ever get this bad. I really did not. And dirt accumulates negative energy. It blocks the flow of chi. It blocks the flow of energy. It makes this place stagnant, stale, closed in, cut off. I mean, it's horrible. Okay. But one of my triggers is don't ever call me a hoarder, because I am not a hoarder. Pack rat, yes. Hoarder, no. Because the accumulation of this stuff, I never meant to get this badly out of hand. It just did. Because of my overconfidence that we should have been out of here by now. We should have been out of here 3 effing years ago. When Chris first got us signed up with that rural development thing, that just, after all we went through and gave them everything they asked of us, and they just left us hanging. One day they just, I don't know, seemed to me like they just stopped all contact altogether. So there went that dream out the fucking window, because these motherfuckers didn't keep up their end of it. And help, we should have been out of here by now. But because of my overconfidence that we were going to be moving soon, all that time ago, I wasn't worried about some stuff accumulating because we were going to be moving soon. And now it's still not happened. It's still on hold. And because I'm currently trying to pay off 2 credit cards myself, Chris has however many he has, and he had to pawn some stuff again just to get the money to pay the water bill and to pay even like a minimum on his credit cards right now. Oh man, that fucking thing grew back. I'll have to clip it again. I got this one fucking whisker over here that drives me nuts, because the damn thing, when it starts getting long, it kind of curls and it just bugs me to death. A lot of times when I'm putting on my chapstick, I'm thinking there's hair on my chapstick, and there isn't. It's just that fucking whisker. It's fucking annoying. Don't call me a hoarder, because I'm not. Now, if you want to call somebody a hoarder, Naomi is definitely a hoarder. I have known people in Marysville that were definitely hoarders, because their houses were so full of shit that it was literally from the ceiling to the floor in every fucking room. You barely had a path to the bed you slept in. Okay? And that was it. And the bathroom wasn't much easier. Wasn't any easier, rather, to get to. Damn cold sore. Oh, I hate getting these things in my nose. Bugs the crap out of me. Anyway. I've just got to dive in and do it, which means as soon as I get up and I say my morning mantra, something wonderful is going to happen today. Something wonderful is going to happen today. Something wonderful is going to happen today. I get up, I eat breakfast, I take my morning pills, I heat up my back, my heat pack for my back. It's the one that you can stick in the microwave for 30, 40 seconds, whatever. And it's got an elastic strap and it's got Velcro, so you can just put it on your back, and I can just put it over my layers of clothes, so I don't have to worry about it being too hot. And then I don't have to worry about taking pain pills right away, because that heat will keep my back from hurting, so I can tear into that damn bedroom. Because that's where it has to start. It's tearing into that bedroom, tearing into those closets, getting rid of the stuff that I haven't worn in years. And frankly, some of the material is so old that I could go in there and pluck it off the rack and just rip it in half. So it's not even worth keeping. Got some old lady clothes that just aren't me, that my mom gave me, that I kept for reasons. I thought, well, maybe I'll try it and see if it's for me, or maybe I can use it for a costume or something sometime. Or if some friend comes along, don't have a costume, and they can fit into it, then they can go as like, oh, I'm the first lady or something. They can have a lot of fun with it. Or I live in the 40s, or something, whatever. I traveled from the past and lived in the 1940s, and this is how we dressed, whatever. And don't call me manic, because I am not manic. Do I have mood swings? Yes. But I think mine are justified, because sometimes even I reach my limit. And when I do, your best bet is to back off and just leave me alone, because I'm no good to anybody after that. I just need to shut up and shut down and go off and have a Janet day somewhere for the day by myself, just me, and just stay gone for half the day. Make sure I have some money on me, make sure I have my food stamps or whatever, so I can always grab, a couple sandwiches from the store, and, get one of my soft coolers around here that I can carry, and like have me like a bag lunch, and take one of the ice packs out of the freezer and stick it in the bottom so it keeps stuff cold. Just check out for the day, just have plenty to eat with me and everything. So, and then if I get, once all my Munchables run out, then I could always go to Mom's, eat there, or if I've done a good enough job and provided for myself with food stamps, to get cold sandwiches or Lunchables or whatever, enough to significantly fill me up. A couple sandwiches and some chips or something, and a pop or something. Or I can come home, or I can go grab some takeout from somewhere. If I plan it right. I know I have a lot of unfinished projects around here. I'm trying to get myself motivated to do, but I don't think I can realistically motivate myself to get into doing those and enjoying them again until I get this clutter taken care of and change my diamond paintings around, because I've had the same ones up, I think, for long enough now. I want to change them, and I want to have at least each one up for one cycle, meaning for a period of time, except for the holiday ones, of course. Like, I'm not going to put up the Shamrock one or Valentine's Day or, the non-holiday ones, the non-holiday specific. Like, once I finally get it done, I've got a real pretty blue Capricorn one that I'm going to be doing, diamond painting. I still have the purple and blue butterfly for Natasha and Alicia that I haven't got finished, and the Enchanted Forest, which I call the Green Man Forest, which still isn't finished. I want to get those two finished first. Once I get done with my dream catcher that I'm working on now, I'm going to make myself go back and get the Enchanted Forest done first, completely, so I can get the glue on it, and I can make sure that it gets displayed at some point on one of the two magnetic frames I have out on my doors out in the hall, and the two that I have on my fridge, because that's a 4-pack of them right there, and I only got one 4-pack. I never got any more than that because I didn't want to invest the money having very few places that I can even put those. One of which, as long as you use sticky side up and you put it in a stationary place, that it's going to stay until you do move from the place you're living. That's the only way I can have it on the outside doors, because the outside, the doors to the apartment are not metal. They're press board or wood or whatever. So Crest wants me to get my resin pieces together, get my diamond paintings together that are going to be amongst the ones that are going to be sold. And he said he would help me set up, and he would help me set up a site on Etsy to sell them. And I appreciate that. That's why I want to get this done. Once I get the bedroom sorted, get a lot of stuff thrown away, there just is no reason to keep anymore, so that I can put my clothes that I'm wearing now in the closets and be able to get in and out of each closet with no problem, and be able to have my unicorn in front of one of the closet doors and my white tiger in front of the other, and maybe set any other big stuffed animals like a big brown bear in there that, kind of set them up, in front of the doors, so at least I can enjoy them that way. Maybe put one on the bed, see if Bella will leave it alone, because if he's going to start doing the paw thing and digging his claws into it and putting holes in it, then I'm not going to put it on the bed. I'm not. And I also have to be especially careful that whatever stuff, I'm going to start putting stuffed animals on the bed during the day when I'm not sleeping on it. So I see no harm in putting it on my side of the bed, which I wouldn't do it any other way. If there's bed bugs or roaches on them, I don't. What? What are you fussing about? Kalika, leave your sister alone. Kalika, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Leave Carmela alone. You can't do anything for her, so don't even try. Just leave her alone. You getting the hornies again, baby. I'm sorry. I can't help you. And I hope Daddy's asleep and don't hear me saying any of that, because I don't need any of his sexual bullshit. Um, trying to think before I speak. Try to formulate the right words and the right sentence structure. I have found, and I believe this was quite quite by accident, that I am asexual. Ow. I tend to enjoy the cuddles and the closeness more than the actual act of intercourse itself. Not that I don't enjoy that, but far less than a lot of other women. And I have reasons that I have numerous times tried to explain on here and don't know if anybody got what I was saying or not. But that I fear and feel is a big part of the reason why me and Chris have a lot of the problem that we have, because he is the opposite. And excuse me. And I feel bad because I feel like I'm being a bitch by denying him. And I feel that he may think that I'm doing it out of cruelty. I'm not. I'm asexual. I don't want or need it as much as a typical man like himself does. He don't ask for it, but I know it's hurting him that we don't do it anymore, and it's my fault. I take responsibility where it is my fault. It hurts me that I'm hurting him, because that is not what I'm trying to do at all. But another thing I struggle with, until I literally start grabbing these books and reading them and learning, at least trying to learn how to be in a functional, middle ground, sort of, this is the best that we're ever going to have kind of autistic relationship, being romantic with somebody that's autistic. Because Chris is autistic. He's highly functioning autistic, but autistic nonetheless. And he is literally the only man that has been with me the longest. All the others, the most that any of them ever stayed with me there was 2. One of them, it only lasted like 6 months roughly. I don't think we even made it to a full year. And that was my first marriage. Second was 4 years, and 2 of those years, only 2 of those years, we were married. The other 2, we were just dating and together. I used a True Love Come to Me spell from a spell deck that my mom has, that she let me copy the spell. I put it in my book of shadows, and I did it. I got what I wanted, but I wish I would have been more specific than I had been, because now is the aftermath and the reason why there are so many things that are not okay. Top of the list, first and foremost, I don't know how to be in a successful, romantic, long-lasting relationship because I've never been taught how to. All mine were always short-lived. They would get to a certain point, and then I'm like, why are we still together? Why haven't we broken up now? Something's wrong. It threw me out of my comfort zone, I guess, or what I had gotten used to being the norm of how things would go. How long I would be with each guy before he, in essence, 4F'd me and then walks away and just moves on to some bitch down the road, and who knows. Because of how much pain, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, it has caused me throughout my life, because of how many failed romantic relationships I've had with men. Were strongly sexual in nature, or had something to do with money, or somebody in their family didn't like me, even though I had done nothing to them to give them reason to not like me. I wasn't good enough the way I am. I wasn't therefore good enough, in their opinion, for their son. And I paid a hefty price for it. And that price, in essence, turned me, I think, asexual, because it had been used against me so many times. I just turned against it. I just didn't want to do it anymore because I associate it with nothing but pain. I can't even see it and enjoy it for the pleasure side of it. I only associate it with pain, and the greatest pains that I have gone through repeatedly throughout my life, and I have never dealt with any of them, or I wouldn't be having the problems that I'm having in this one. And I just can't seem to get him to understand that. And so I'm caught up in a situation I don't want to be in anymore. I'm going through the flight or fight part of it. And right now I'm to the point I just want to leave, because I don't have the time or the patience or the strength or willpower or anything to start working on the relationship when there's so much other shit going on around us, and it never fucking stops. We almost never do things together, just the two of us. His idea of doing something romantic is not always my idea of doing something romantic together. That doesn't involve ending up in bed and, fucking ourselves silly, or fucking each other silly, or whatever. because of his ideas of what he perceives to be romantic, and mine are completely north and south of each other. I'm never going to have that kind of romance that I crave because he is not that type of romantic. He's just not. And I deserve that. I want that. I have not had that for 16 years. So unless I can adopt an experiment of sorts or a new way of learning to be romantically autistic and in a romantic relationship with somebody that is autistic, they're just high functioning, then I'm just going to keep having the same problems. I continue to be more unhappiness than happiness. More bad days than good. So then, it simply becomes, where do I go from here? What's my next move? Give me a tactic to try that I haven't thought of that might just be the thing that works. Because everything else I've tried is doing the complete opposite and doesn't seem to be working at all. I need something that works. Knock it off! I need some space. I need my own place that I can live part of the time and then be able to live with the rest of the family the other part of the time. And until that day comes, I'm going to keep having to deal with these struggles endlessly every day, which is going to continue to stress me out, make me keep losing hope where I'm trying so desperately to have hope, to gain hope, not lose it, to become encouraged, not discouraged. I need a break. I need a break from him. I need a break from all the shit that goes on here. Everything that I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis that I can talk about till I'm blue in the face. It don't make it go away, and it don't make it suddenly just stop. I want my own place that I can turn into my business, my office, a place that I can start setting up some paranormal investigations myself, see what I can do, how local can I stay, how much am I going to get charged to investigate these places and just get even a single night in one to either prove or disprove that it's haunted or not. What kind of a paranormal team am I going to be able to get together? What type of equipment are we going to have to scrounge together to make it even plausibly work? How often are we going to be able to travel? How far away are we willing to travel? Well, I have to say, I don't want to be gone for longer than a weekend because I don't want to do that to our animals, especially since we're going to have $13 cats. living together in the same household. So I'm not going to want to be away from our house longer than a weekend. Friday to Sunday, come back Monday morning. Get on the road and start heading back home Monday morning. As soon as we've all woke up, packed up, showered, had breakfast, checked out, and on the road and coming home. And I'm tired of waiting. Excuse me. Especially waiting on Chris to finally decide to go downtown and get it done, let alone have the money to get it done. So that's another thing. I'm just going to strike out on my own and do it on my own and at least get mine. So it's going to have to be on a payday. Go downtown if I have to catch the damn bus to do it. Go downtown, go to the courthouse, go through whatever I got to go through to get that paper that I need to get so that I can start performing legal marriages and start doing private ceremonies, because they said in the clergy book that I got with my clergy kit from the church that ordained me and Chris both as clergy people. I forget the name of it. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's well known. I'll put it on here in the future, or I'd probably put it on here one of the other lives, I'm sure. But anyway, it says you can charge up to $500 for a private ceremony. That would be some extra income right away. But I wouldn't be able to make more than let's just round it off and say $1,000 extra a month. And how would I would have to report it. How would I report it to SSI? Because I would be very reluctant to do so. But if I didn't, I don't want the consequence of getting caught and having my check penalized every month for however many months until they feel that they got their fucking money back. Because I didn't do the right thing and report it from the get-go. Or maybe just to be on the safe side, not allow myself to make any more than $900 at a time. Or 800, or, some lower denominational amount than what we get, every month, which is $943. So I would have to be very careful. I'm not trying to do anything illegal or wrong or anything like that at all. But the government is so screwed up anymore. I'm sorry, but they don't fucking deserve that money. Because it's not my fault they don't give us enough to live on. But in their minds, they do. No, they don't. Not when the cost of living's gone through the fucking roof. And the cost of groceries is part of that. Yeah, I get my food stamps in 2 days. 1 day now, because it's officially after midnight. So make sure the live's still going. It's been going 3 hours, 50 minutes, some odd seconds. So back to the positives here. God and Goddess, hear my plea. Do now what I ask of thee. Please come and help motivate me to get my bedroom done today. Get everything done in it that I want to get done, no matter how long it takes me, no matter how many breaks I have to take, how many times I have to stick my heat pack in the microwave and re-zap it to keep my back from hurting so I can keep going. And the stuff that I'm not keeping, take it over and donate it to the thrift store. Just get it out of here. And then I'll have both of my closets I'll be able to get in and out of, have my clothing that I'm wearing now, my newer stuff, get rid of a big fucking part of the stuff that's hanging in there right now, that's been hanging in there for years, that I don't even wear anymore. And there really is no reason to keep it. The material's just hanging there rotting, and a lot of it I wouldn't be able to wear anyway because I've gotten so heavy. So what's the point, of keeping it? Anyway, well, fun's over as far as this. Ow. I definitely want to get these black ones on a headband or something, but I want to have enough of them to pull it off because I don't want it to look like crap, Okay. Get the right one. Ow. Oh, I hate it when it gets stuck, Yeah, in such a way that it fucking pulls your hair. I hate that. That shit hurts. Because I don't even want to think about how many of these I'd have to get from Five Below, how many of these strips to make a decent hairpiece, even if it was just one, Okay, got roach clip. Ow, 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 ow. That's another one I hate taking out, because damn, it hurts. As much as I, ow, ow. See how I did that to myself? And see, I could wear them in the back too. There's other ways I can wear them. That's basically what they look like. It's just 2 hair pieces that I sewed onto 2 separate headbands because I didn't know until I opened them that they were made the way they were and that they were 2 significantly sized pieces that just had to have stuff added to them. That's all. And I did that. I added to them. But because I only have 2 of black ones, I don't really want to clip them on here just to keep them together. Because I can also, technically, I could wear these with my blue and purple wig. That is probably what you guys will see me wearing later today. Because I am going to try to get on here and do another live make it, call it Project Cleaning Party or something, you know. Right now I'm looking for somewhere to hang these. Let me go put my flower up. Find a hanger. Whoa! Yeah. Sorry about that. Freaking got up and forgot that the damn computer would fall like it did. And ended up unplugging it. So hopefully having it plugged in as long as I did was enough to charge it decent. Okay. Gotta bed bug repellent. Sanitizing my hands because I just went to the bathroom and had to pick up some cat puke so I don't end up stepping in it possibly later when I get up to use the bathroom myself or something in the night. But yeah, just about any kind of scent that Febreze produces, even the clean linen, which I've used many times. Bed bugs don't like it. The only problem is you got to use it often. You got to spray it a lot. Like every few times I get up to go to the bathroom, get something to drink, get something to eat, or whatever it is. Too many times have I got up. Barefoot in the middle of the night because I had to go to the bathroom and it's dark and I don't see any reason to turn on a light if I can help it, considering when me and Chris got our electric bill this month, it's $167 and something. There is a over $60 charge on there that has nothing to do with our electric, so we're being overcharged. Chris has some kind of appointment to go to today rather. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the HEAP thing or not, but he's trying to get us back on HEAP or something like it, something the equivalent of it. So no matter what our gas and electric bill is every month, we pay one set price and that's it. So they can't cut us off, which could be all the reason that Joe needs to evict us if even one of our utilities gets shut off, apparently. Nowadays, it's legal grounds to evict somebody. Tell me that ain't fucked up. I think it is. Just goes to show just how fucked up this world is anymore. The economy is fucking trashed. Cost of living has gone through the fucking roof. You know, and it's like, there's just too much shit going on in the world. Well, my feet aren't as clean as I'd like them to be, but I'm already sitting back down. I don't feel like enough again to go get a wash rag to like wash them, wipe them down before I put my foot treatment on here. It's supposed to help with moisture and softness and get rid of this dry skin so much. But I've only got one container, and it's not very big, so I gotta make it last as long as I can. So it's not like I do my foot treatment every day. Is it working? I don't really know. I hope so. But I've only been using it since Saturday. So, and this is only Wednesday. So it may be one of those. It's too early to tell. Because earlier today I had to take off my slippers that I'm putting right back on my feet now because I don't have a pair of socks handy. I seem to have a dry skin problem on my feet, so this is some of their products at Lush that I'm trying to, natural products that put the moisture back in. and helps cut back on the dryness. And it's like a real nice citrusy smell. But I've got this fucking section of my foot that just seems to want to itch, like somebody's put itching powder on it. Okay. Tomorrow I will be doing the matcha, which is the facial, which is the other, well, I can't really say big container because the containers aren't very big. They're like, I don't know how many applications you're going to get out of one. See, that's all the bigger they are. So, but since I found this and it's the smallest chunk, I'm going to use this. I'm going to start using this. I need to do the skin test and like wash my hands with it or something. Maybe put a spot of it on my arm and leave it sit there for like, a couple of hours. And see if any redness develops or my skin starts itching or something. And Karma soap that's wrapped in the white wrapper. This is the lotion version of that scent. So this is the lotion version of the Karma soap. That one of the ladies at Lush was nice enough to give me and Maria both a sample of, because we both bought the Karma soap. I just wish this stuff was strong enough. It would literally, the scent would be nice and strong and last all night. So I wouldn't have to reapply it. Because this container is even smaller, see? So I'm not going to get very many uses out of this, probably. So I try to not put it on every day. Even though if I had a bigger amount, I would. That's just the lid to the tin. But sadly, because we have bed bugs so bad, constantly applying lotion to my arms and stuff at night, and even to my legs. Becomes commonplace because the scent don't last as long as I wish it did. So next time we go back to Lush, it will be on a payday, because I will insist that it is, so that we'll both have plenty of money to spend, and hopefully this time around Christy will be able to be with us. And it'll be a payday for her as well. Or we can coordinate it well enough that it'll be a payday for all three of us in close succession of each other. Like within a couple of days of each other or something or another. So, but when we go back to Lush, I will ask for a full-size bottle of the Karma lotion. And I will get me another container of the matcha and another container of the repeat. And hopefully they will have some other iPad things out. Because when me and Sissy were in there this past Saturday, they didn't have any iPads out, like at all. And the metal tin that I had bought to put them in, because you're supposed to keep the iPads in the fridge, like I said. They say you can keep it in the freezer, but I kept mine in the freezer and it was too cold. So I just keep mine in the fridge. I put my matcha face mask on, really good. Let it dry. Then I take the iPads. I will take my pillow here, put it in the back of my neck, and I have to lay my head and my body. I have to position my head and body just right to where I don't get dizzy, because I have to have my head back a decent amount to put the iPads on, keep them from sliding down my face, right? So I'll sit here and I'll do that beauty treatment for about 15 minutes. Then I'll get up, take just a cold rag, just plain water, wipe the mask off. And if you feel so inclined, you could always, either pat it dry, or you could pat it dry, then put some lotion on it if you have like a moisture lock, kind of lotion that you can put on your face. They have some really nice bath bombs there. They have these ones that are shaped like a decent sized cauldron, and they're witchy. They have a really cool smell and everything. And I definitely want to get me one of those. But the only problem is I don't really have a bath to enjoy it in. The only way I would be able to enjoy something like that is if I used it down in Normia's place, in her bathtub, because I can't have a hot soak in my bathtub, because our POS landlord, cheapskate, won't fix our shower and tub so that we can have hot soaks again. I've got a brand new bottle of bubble bath in there I've never even opened. That's from Avon. It's a pink cat. Normia gave it to me, and I've never used it. I've never opened it, because if I can't enjoy it in my own tub, then it might as well stay sealed until we get the house, and I use it there. So the metal tin that I ended up getting was, I could show it to you guys. That's not a big deal. Hang on. But I got to remember, when I have both of my pillows down, I have to set them a certain way so they don't fall off the couch. And maybe at some point in the future on a live stream, once I have enough products to do that, I will have a beauty live stream, and we can do facials together. We can do the iPads. This is the tin. See, it's just a little square metal tin. Pull the lid off. And if you were here right now, you could literally smell the cucumber in these. That's 2 of the iPads. And this is the pack that's opened. This is the pack that is not opened yet. And you see right on it, it says cucumber. Okay. So originally I was going to get around 10. But then Normia talked me into, and I saw the sensibility of getting the square one because you can fit 2 packs in here, one on top of the other. Whereas the round one, you would have only been able to fit 1, and you would have to cram it down in there in its packaging. But I keep it in its packaging if I were you, and then keep it in the tin. And you've got to keep it in the fridge when you're not using it, because otherwise, like I said, because these are gelatinized, they would dry out if you left them sitting out, especially in a hot, dry environment like we have in this apartment. You might as well say in this closet that we live in. It would dry them out and it would ruin them. And there goes $15 down the drain, because 1 pack of these iPads is $15. And that's a lot. So I appreciate Lush saying you're only supposed to use them 2 times. But I feel as long as my hands are clean, which I will always make sure that they are, and I'm done using them, and I've done both sides, so 2 different days that I use them. When I'm done using them, I will rinse them off, put them back in their package, put them back in their tin. I will decide when, okay, I've used these, I think, enough times now. I can just go ahead and throw this pair away and use the other pair. But another thing, too, is I'm trying to prolong it, the use of both of them, so that I don't have to worry about replacing them before I get my next paycheck, which probably won't be until the 30th of this month now. If I calculated correctly on the calendar that I have on my phone, I should get my check. Me and Chris should both get our checks on the 30th of this month, because that's technically 2 days before the 1st, which is also on a weekday, which I hate. So today, once I'm up, I'm awake, I have good breakfast in me, have my heat pack on, I've taken my morning pills, got my hair up and my head, one of my headbands on, because otherwise my hair falls down on my face and it bugs me. I'm going to tear into that blessed bedroom and start project cleanup and have the 2-in-1 here going when I start. Have it sitting up in the bedroom. I'll make room for it on the top of my desk. Whatever I gotta move, I'll move, so that you will have hopefully the best angle of the room that I can give anybody that might be watching. And I'm hoping that because I'll be doing a live stream, it will also encourage me and motivate me to get it done, so that I can look back on it later and go, see, I did that. I kept a promise to myself that I was going to tear into this bedroom one day and not stop until it was completely done, which means from the time I get up in the morning till I'm ready to go to bed that night, I'm going to be totally focused on getting that bedroom done. And once it's done and everything's put away and all the stuff I'm going to be given to the thrift stores loaded into the car, but before I even do that, I definitely would like to take the stuff, even if at this point I have to take it to a laundromat to do this, which I really don't want to, but I may have to because I don't know if I would feel right doing this at my mom's, because it would jack their electric bill up something ridiculous, I fear, depending on how many bags of clothes I get rid of. But take the clothes, launder them, so wash them in piping hot water. Make sure there's none that fade, because I don't want to be giving faded clothes to the thrift store and ruin what could have been a nice outfit for somebody. Put them in high heat dryer till that cycles all the way through. Bag them up, put thrift store on the tag, load them in the car, and take them to the thrift store right then and there. Okay, checking the battery. Yeah, it's fine. So, and find a way to reward myself when I get that room done, which will be a major achievement for me. It'll be a major amount of stress off both our shoulders, and I will be able to utilize the closet space properly with stuff that I'm actually wearing now, and hang up the many bags and purses that I have, if it means hanging them on hangers until I'm ready to use one of them, so they're not adding to the clutter anymore. And my books, I'll finally be able to set up in here in some kind of a semblance of a bookshelf, hopefully, or be able to get a bookshelf for a reasonable price, like find one at a thrift store for $20, and it's got the size that I need, so it's going to be small, it's not going to take up a lot of room, or finally break down and start getting the shelving units I was going to get on Amazon. Put them back in my cart and work on getting them, as soon as possible. But the only problem is, once I get them, I won't be able to put them together right away, because I don't want to worry about putting them together until I am ready to tackle this room, the living room. But I know that I have to start in the bedroom so that I can clear stuff out, give stuff away to the thrift store, keep some of the stuff, bag up the winter clothes, put them downstairs, only use them when it's actually winter. Have my spring and summer clothes out right now. All my witchy stuff, no matter what kind it is going to be out all the time, because I can wear that, in my opinion, summer or winter. You just got to pick and choose when to wear it. So, and then when fall hits, say come October 1st, go downstairs, get the winter clothes out, put the summer and spring clothes away, and start wearing just my winter clothes. So another separation that has to take place is separating all my Christmas socks from my regular socks that I wear, and working on getting me some more socks, so I have plenty that I can wear anytime, with many different outfits, because if I can get me some socks that are solid colors, I'm going to be able to wear those with a lot of my outfits. Some of them are going to have patterns. I can always wear those with like jeans or something. Be able to uncover my bag of shoes so I can start wearing those again, because I'm really anxious to find some inserts that I can fit, preferably back guards if I can get so lucky. Cut them down small enough, get them to fit inside my Gothic boots that have the small heels, that have the chains that I love and miss. Put on my hose, my thigh high or knee high. Actually, they're not thigh high. Knee high hose. Because that's all I can wear with these boots, because you literally have to pull them on. There's no zippers. There's no buttons. You have to pull them on. The only way I can do that successfully and easily is putting a pair of knee highs on or trouser socks. They have to literally be that thin for this to work. Get my other shoes back out that Normia got me and start wearing those again. Be able to get me one of those hangable shoe racks that I can actually hang on the back of the door, so that when I want to change my shoes, I can get all that stuff that's hanging on the closet door, get that hung up or put away in some fashion in the closets, so I can see my blacklight poster that is probably shredded and needs taped up a million damn times because I've got so much shit hanging on in front of it. And it's the only blacklight poster I have right now, so once I get the bedroom done, like I said, then my next and final goal, really the most extensive, will be this fucking living room. Because once I get the bedroom sorted and I can use the closets as storage space for the stuff that I want to keep up here, but keep it out of the way, like my hobby and craft stuff, so I don't have to take it down in the fucking basement, where God knows what can happen. I'll be able to set them on the shelves in the top of the closets. And when I finally get the living room done, or get to the point where I'm taking stuff downstairs and putting it in the storage cage, that's when I'll get my resin pieces out. I'll bring them up. I'll be like, you wanted my resin pieces? Here they are. You wanted the diamond paintings? Here they are. Just let me separate the ones that I want to hang at least once in the 4, frames that I have right now, till I can afford to get some more. And the seasonal ones, those, as far as I'm concerned, those are the ones you can sell, minus my copies of them, so that I have them for my Halloween stuff that I can put up for Halloween and Christmas and, Valentine's Day and stuff. I'm going to go put my iPads back in the fridge so they don't get too warm. Especially since I am recycling them, and I'm going to see just how many uses I can get out of them. Well, guys, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been 4 hours, 28 minutes, some odd seconds. I guess I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Try to figure out something I can eat before I go to bed, but that's easier said than done. So I'm not going to bed on an empty stomach. The most that I'll probably be able to do, and the easiest, is going to be a bowl of cereal. And believe me, it ain't going to be much. It's not going to be near enough. I could munch on some more of my honey roasted peanut butter, but I've already munched on some today, or yesterday, so I don't want to overdo that and possibly, end up stopping up the poop chute. So, blessed be. I'll get this camera angle right sooner or later. Thank you all for those of you that do view it, like it. Give me your comments on it that I never seem to see. I apologize for that, because I just can't seem to figure out how to do that. how to get into the comments section to see if anybody's ever left any. So I apologize for those of you that have left them. I just haven't seen them because I can't figure out how to access them. So I apologize for that. But till next time, blessed be, stay wild, Moonchild. And I'll see you next live, hopefully sometime today. Project Cleanup. Be there.